Okay. Now we're good. Anyways, where was I? Things I wish. Okay, so there's always like some ideas are just something you expect to see in many games, every game, or a lot of games at least. Some ideas are borrowed or inspire other games to follow suit, build upon, or outright copy. Sometimes in a respectable way, sometimes in a blatantly trying to just piggyback off the idea kind of way. For better or worse, it is a good thing to see ideas built upon and expanded upon. Um, but there's also the angle of ideas I just want more games to do in general. So having said that, the captions thing is definitely one of them from the Half-Life series. The way the contextual menu changes depending on your progress is another one that I wish more games could do. And if not based on your progress and based on your ending outcome, or something like Hollow Knight kind of does this in a sense. It's more minimalistic in how it does it, but like that's an example of a game that does try to follow that formula. Um, Physics fun in general, I would almost say, but I hesitate after how that did not work with me for Zelda. Hmm. I suppose at the very least, so long as it's not too one to one, and it's more just about like maneuvering objects to an extent. Hmm. Okay, no more drinks, no more anything. We start episode one with the commentary track. D-Man has left the train, us on the train in the ether.
Welcome to Half-Life 2,
Oh,
Episode 1. We received a great deal of positive feedback on the commentary track in The Lost Coast, and so we've included the same feature in this episode.
should I go to Lost Coast first? Actually, shit.
To listen to a commentary node, put your crosshair over the floating commentary symbol and press your use key. To stop a commentary node, put your crosshair over the rotating node and press the use key again. Some commentary nodes may take control of the game in order to show something to you. In these cases, simply press your use key again to stop the commentary. With episodic content, we're hoping to release games much more frequently than has been possible with the monolithic development schedules of the past.
Oh, it hurts. It hurts.
Game developers and game customers have been wanting to try this for years. Please let me know what you think after you've had a chance to play this, our latest installment in the ongoing adventures of Gordon Freeman. I can be reached at gayben@valvesoftware.com. Thanks, and have fun.
Were these done before the main game?
Tell
Hmm.
me, Dr. Freeman, if you can. You have destroyed so much. What is it exactly that you have created? Can you name even one thing? I thought not.
Maybe we'll do Lost Coast before episode 2 at
We
the
used
very
an
least.
upgrade of the refract shader from Half-Life 2 to make the Vortigaunts warp into the intro. The major difference is that this time we are only refracting pixels that come from the Vortigaunts themselves. We placed a large sheet of refractive geometry in front of each Vortigaunt to achieve this effect.
This intro sequence establishes some important initial pieces of Episode 1's story and setting. Our earlier versions of the intro sequence were heavy on graphic effects and relatively light on storytelling. When we showed those early versions to playtesters, they thought it was cool, but rarely had any idea what was supposed to be happening. We went through several iterations, each time simplifying the editing and tightening up the effects. We eventually arrived at a good middle ground between the sort of psychedelic look we were shooting for and basic comprehension of what was actually taking place.
We'll see about that.
I like the way they fade it. They do fades with G-Man. I can't really pin that down on any other character in general, so it's very G-Man flavored.
Has to be somewhere around here. Gotta be close to something. Any luck?
Dog bumping its head there is a nice little
Drop what you're
touch.
doing and help me over here. Oh my God, Gordon!
Hold on, stop hugging. I gotta get the commentary.
So worried.
Players love Dog, so we made sure that he was the first thing you see when you wake up in
The
episode
gravity
1.
gun.
Nice.
We also
Give it to
wanted
him,
players
Dog.
to get a glimpse of the crippled Citadel. When Dog lifts you out of the rubble, it's one of the few instances in the game when we take control of the player's view. This allowed us to ensure the player's view lingered briefly on the Citadel before Dog set them down.
It's a very good, like, even though it's like very up close, normally you want that kind of view from a further away distance. It's nice, like this is still very very awe-striking, and it puts it on the player to actively look up there. I was more focused on Dog, but when the cutscene happened, but here, like, just
Gravity gun, Gordon.
taking a moment to breathe this in.
There, Gordon.
Since we
Dog's
never
happy
take
to
control
see
away
you.
from the
I can
players,
tell.
it can be a real pain to get
Okay,
them to
Dog.
notice important
Go get the
environmental
monitor set up
events.
so we can check in with
It's a
my
constant
dad.
design challenge for
Must be
us.
worried sick
The
about
Citadel
us.
will be erupting at a massive
He
light
was
show
so
that took
sure I
Tenelis
wouldn't
2
find
months to
you here.
orchestrate, and if we're not careful, the player will end up facing the other
Citadel's
direction,
really
staring
coming
at its
apart.
tire. In this case,
I still
to
don't
establish
know
that
how
the
we got
Citadel
out
is
of
coming
there.
apart at the seams,
The last thing I
we wanted the
remember
player to
is
notice the debris falling
him
off of it.
falling.
We used a pretty
Huge
straightforward method
explosion,
here.
and then
Alex
I heard
explicitly mentions the
Vortigaunts.
Citadel while pointing
Next
at
thing I
it.
knew, Dog was
Like
Look.
most of
coming
these
out the rubble.
solutions, it's not foolproof, but it has a high
It's
success
all
rate.
so strange.
This area was redesigned several times in order to keep the player in this
It's my
space while
dad.
Alex
We've been
delivers
trying
some
to reach him for
exposition.
hours.
As much as we hated to do it, the final solution was to have Alex climb out
Wait
while
till
the
he
player
hears that
looks
we
for an
found
alternate
you.
route. We portray Alex as more athletic and nimble than Gordon, so players shouldn't get too irritated by the fact that she can get to places they can't. Honestly, we're not especially happy with this crutch, but it's a trade-off we sometimes have to make so that we can get Alex out of the way of interesting player challenges. This area was redesigned several times in order to keep the player in this space while Alex delivers some exposition. As much as we hated to do it, the final solution.
I don't see an issue with that. That's one of those I don't see the issue, really. Like, the player's movement will never always one-to-one coincide with character movement. Normally, you expect the player to be able to do more than a given character, unless that character is in some way telegraphed as being capable in some way. And Alex is definitely the most capable that we see in this universe on our side. Outside of, well, I mean, like G-Man's G-Man's like, we don't really count G-Man in the sense because he's like his own person, his own entity, his own side, essentially. And Barney, Barney, you just presume has general Half-Life 1 capabilities without the HEV suit and all that.
The Citadel is supposed to be a building of unprecedented scale. So out of scale with the rest of the world, in fact, that we couldn't render it without our 3D skybox technology. This technology allows us to build the Citadel as a 1/16th scale model off in an unreachable corner of the map, and seamlessly merge it into the scene. We also use this technology to create the illusion of vast spaces and distant horizons.
I wonder if every time it's an invisible texture, that's what it is. It's skybox. It's like actually out of view and being
The Citadel is
redirected.
supposed to be a building of unprecedented scale. So out of scale with the rest of
in what said unreachable corner. Yeah, I haven't like I'm gonna wait till I'm at the end of the commentary playthroughs when I'm actually ready to put the game aside and the series, since because I'm not doing the VR since I don't have VR. I like, spoiler alert, I do think episode 1 is my least favorite overall, or at least it's down there. Not bad, but just my least favorite. Like, least favorite actual words. Like, I enjoyed the whole process of going through the entire series, but it is probably the weakest in terms of what the series is capable of. It has more flaws than any other installment to me. I guess is one way of looking at it.
Are you there?
Oh, that's funny.
Right off the bat, we needed to hammer home some
Hello,
story points,
Uprising.
reintroduce the cast of characters, and explain the player's immediate goal. It was a pretty intimidating chunk of non-interactive exposition. We generally approach these scenes by writing way too much, and then through constant playtesting, trimming the scene to more manageable levels. But in this case, even after some heroic pruning, the opening scene still felt too long. We ended up splitting the introductory sequence into 3 scenes, separated by some gravity gun puzzle solving, and then a dramatic walk across a crumbling wall.
That makes sense to me. There's so many here.
When we designed the Half-Life 2 facial system back in 2000, our goal was to get a natural-looking performance at a moderate distance. When we designed the Half-Life 2 facial system back in 2000, our goal was to get a natural-looking performance at a moderate distance. Given our real-time polygon and texture budgets, we chose fairly reserved or constrained performances over ever having the actors' faces get into a bad-looking or unnatural expression. For Episode 1, we wanted to extend the character's facial system to support more intense performances with a wider range of facial expressions that would hold up better at close range. These facial improvements included increasing the detail around the eyes and mouth, increasing the number of facial shape targets, think of these as movements of muscle groups, by about 50%, rewriting the rules that control how these shapes blend, and increasing the intensity of many of our existing shapes.
I'm now thinking, I wonder, like, in terms of like muscle movements dictating the visual representation of a given human character, how far along we were at this point versus how far along people push it in current modern 2025 era.
In addition, we added support for controlling the amplitude of the facial movement for lip sync animation, which let us dampen or amplify the mouth shapes based on the volume or intensity of the dialogue.
Let me. They're talking to that 1 second. 50% rating. The rules that control these shapes blend, increasing the intensity of many of our. I'm talking over commentary that's talking over the game. By the way, I apologize. In addition, we added support for controlling the amplitude.
For Episode 1, we wanted to extend the character's facial system to support more intense performance.
Okay.
Monitor scenes are especially difficult to make interesting.
Hi JM, catching stream live. Let's go.
I'll see you soon.
This one had commentary right off the bat during the cutscenes, and it's I don't like. I guess it sounds like I should have did Lost Coast first. I'll do Episode 1, Lost Coast, Episode 2 in that order.
Monitor scenes are especially difficult to make interesting, since they tend to involve literally just talking heads. By interweaving critical expository information, like how dangerous the Citadel has become, with some dramatic character interactions between Alex, Eli, and Dr. Kleiner, we were able to convert a potential liability into one of the strongest scenes in the game. A great way to illustrate characters' relationships to each other is to have one of the characters in danger and show the other's reactions to it, which is what this scene is all about.
This is the first time we really see Kleiner and Eli interact as well, so that's a unique flavor. Like, every time different characters interact for the first time in a physical sense, or a vocal one, that adds something new to the writing, to the story in a sense, a new flavor, whether or not it's an important scene. So, you know, and on top of everything being introduced, reintroduced to us, which to me, like, that's lost to me, of course, because this is all out already, long out by decades, and I'm just playing it back to back to back. But I'm imagining there's a bit of a delay for people who played it as it was releasing. Half-Life 2, Episode 1, Episode 2, Lost Coast. Don't know the story with Lost Coast, like, the commentaries will surely cover that, since it really feels like cut content. Having Dog be the first thing you see, and then that commentary highlighting that is very funny, though, because, like, yeah, sure, Dog is the best doggo.
Sometimes we need to keep the
How you doing, Jam?
player in an area so that we can deliver some critical dialogue or run an important sequence of events. In these cases, we temporarily block the player's path using what we call a gate. These gates generally take the form of some obstacle that can only be removed or opened by some character or event. In this case, the obstacle is a crashed gunship that can only be moved out of the way by Dog. Though the final scene looks pretty straightforward, a lot of care had to be taken to make sure that Dog hit his marks and played his sequences without trampling and damaging the player.
You really have to go out of your way sometimes to get trampled or killed, which is, you know, sometimes players will just do what they do to suffer the consequences, and sometimes you gotta accept that. But like, as long as they have to go out of their way to do it, you know, you've won your victory as a developer, I think. Also, this bike got stuck on a pole here. That's actually kind of funny. Can I release it? Can I free the bike? Yeah, I did free it. Funny, that's funny. I missed that the first 2 times. This bike looks good, I think. Let's see, hold on. It looks relatively good anyway. The gears are pristine. Alright, are we caught up on our things here?
Alex travels through much of Episode 1 with the player, and consequently passes through a wider variety of lighting conditions than she did in Half-Life 2. This meant that we had to improve the quality of the lighting algorithms used on Alex to look realistic in any situation, from the eerie hallways of the Citadel to the streets of City 17 at sunset. For this episode, we added a specular lighting term to the shaders used on Alex, which provides a realistic shiny look to her skin, her leather jacket, and even her teeth. In these new lighting calculations, we chose to specifically emphasize bright highlights caused by illumination from grazing angles.
I guess it has
this
to be,
type of
that's
lighting,
fair.
also
I
referred
didn't
to
see
as
it
rim lighting, is
processed as
particularly
leather.
dramatic when coming from low-angle light sources such as this bright sunset. You'll also note that the rim lighting is further enhanced by our high dynamic range post-processing, which causes the specular highlights to bloom in a striking and dramatic fashion. We have found that the move to an episodic development cycle allows us to take advantage of the fast pace of graphics hardware innovation by incrementally adding new features, such as Alex's new lighting techniques, to the source engine with each new episode.
Where's episode 3?
This ledge is a really tricky spot for NPCs to navigate. While we wanted Alex to be able to maneuver dynamically through any complex environment, in certain navigation situations we're faced with a trade-off between flexibility and visual quality. In this particular case, she navigates the ledge with a combination of AI and scripted animations. We've continued to evolve the systems of Half-Life 2 whereby characters move fluidly through dynamic AI and scripted navigation, but ultimately what matters most is how it looks to the player.
Always terrifying, I imagine, getting characters to do things.
Our games are created by design collectives that we call cabals. When the idea to have you and Alex sit in a van and then have Dog toss it across the gorge was first suggested during a cabal meeting, everyone thought it was funny, and then we moved on to more serious solutions for the gorge crossing. As the design progressed, though, we kept coming back to the van idea, and eventually everyone agreed that we should give it a try. Even though the idea was kind of outrageous, it satisfied some key goals we had for the scene. Alex and the player get across the impassable gorge, and Dog is able to play a key role in the mission, while also plausibly getting left behind. There were still some problems to solve, though. Attaching animated models to the van was tricky, making sure the van didn't kill the player took some thought, and it took a number of tries before we were able to really illuminate Dog's thinking, as he went from testing his idea with chunks of debris to finally presenting the plan to Alex. Ultimately, we were able to create a scene that solved some tricky game design issues, provided an intimate view of the relationship between Alex and Dog, and delivered a surprising and visceral entrance to the Citadel.
Yep. This all plays out pretty well, I think.
It's really important to us.
A little goofy, but that's fine. A little goofy, but that's fine because that Half-Life in general has a coating of goofy to it, you know. Sorry if I yawn. I shouldn't be tired, but food do wear down the soul, I guess, a little bit. I am chugging my coffee as we speak. Pretty good. How about you? I am pretty good, I think. I think I'm pretty good. I am just, you know, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of task. Part of my yawn. Shake it out. Sometimes when I yawn, I'm like, I try to like aggressively yawn, so it's like, okay, let's get all that sleepy energy outside of me. Get it out of my body right now. I don't want it. It's not welcome right now. This is awake time.
Relationship between our character. It's really important to us to create scenes that showcase strong relationships between our character. The relationship between Alex and Dog seems to be especially satisfying to play.
I am sorry for the skips. I don't know why. I just keep assuming it's my graphics card. Someday I'll upgrade it. I promise.
Players. In the scene leading up to the van toss, we had a bug before the animation was complete, where Dog's head would shake as he looked back at Alex. A happy accident. His head shook right after she asked him, "You did do the math, right?" In playtest, players thought this was intentional and always laughed. Because of that, we worked it into the animation, and it ended up being a terrific little moment between Dog and Alex.
Let me play that again
really
while we're doing this.
To create scenes that showcase strong relationships between our characters. The relationship between Alex and Dog seems to be especially satisfying to players. In the scene leading up to the van toss, we had a bug before the animation was complete, where Dog's head would shake as he looked back at Alex. In a happy accident, his head shook right after she asked him, "You did do the math, right?" In playtests, players thought this was intentional and always laughed. Because of that, we worked it into the...
So that was an accident, yeah. Okay. Some things that feel obvious are not obvious until they present themselves through some mythical means of fate. That is the creative process, right?
All right. I'll miss you too. Now, don't worry about me. I'll see you soon.
But yeah, I've been pinging back between this and Zero Ranger, but like I feel like I'm just hardlighting this until it's done now, because like we're so close, right? We have this at Lost Coast. Unlikely but possible chance we do both of those tonight, and then it's just episode 2 and we're done. And I am very determined to get something done on this vacation. But yeah, spent most of the day doing a mix of uploading, processing videos.
Okay, Dog, let's do it.
And my Glorbo streamer. Oh, there's a train down there? I'm so busy looking up here all the time.
Careful, hold on.
Since when is there a train down there? Oh, we don't get to even look at it because we're stuck in here until we crash.
Good throw, Dog.
No wonder I never noticed.
Now go, boy, go on. You'll be fine.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
the poppin'.
What now? Whoa. Hold on.
Splash Mountain. Citadel Mountain. Watching speedruns go through that section is so fucking... It takes you out of it so much because it's like, oh, right, this is supposed to be for the van.
Alright, let's get off before the next ride starts.
Oh. Oh. Morphine administered? Hell yeah. My van! Wait, where'd it go? It's gone! It disappeared. Holy crap, holy. Holy cannoli.
To convey a sense of urgency, we originally designed Alex to nag the player pretty frequently.
Now, I have to say that's not the thing you should be doing. That's no.
She'd say things like, "Hurry up and keep moving." Whether or not this created a sense of urgency is debatable. But after about 3 minutes of this, the one thing it definitely did was make the player hate Alex.
Yep.
This was one of the observations that eventually led us to switch Alex from generally leading the players to almost always following. Through playtesting, we discovered that players much preferred to set the pace themselves, and that they especially disliked virtually any hint of bossiness from Alex.
I don't know if you're familiar with God of War Ragnarok, JM, but I watched Blurbo streamer play that. The backseating in that game is horrendous, and I don't know if a game has ever outdone it. Not even any of the Nintendo games have outdone that level of backseating through an NPC or multiple NPCs. Where like it's so bad, they nonstop talk about how you should be doing any specific thing at any specific time. Oh, you should throw the axe here. Oh, you should climb here. Oh, you should do that. Sometimes it gets so bad that they talk about how to solve puzzle the second you see it, and like. These devs are viewing this problem where they're using NPC to guide player along in a kind of like you please do this, player, please, and they're realizing, oh wait, no, if we do this, the players are going to get very annoyed at us and the character and everything about the game, and it makes me wonder in cases like Ragnarok where were the people playtesting it just too nice? Were they too just not, did they need were the devs like, okay, well, they're not getting the hints and we don't know how, like, did they not know how to solve the issue otherwise, and they wanted to solve the issue? Like, it makes me wonder why go in that direction to begin with. Like, what drove that decision? It's not the right decision at all. Even if the players get lost, you just maybe railroad your game a bit more visually so that people they know what the fuck they need to do. I don't know. Like, I feel like with game development on the AAA scale, sometimes, well, I don't know if it's always AAA. It just feels like it's me, but like it feels like there's this issue where you make a thing, like some sort of puzzle or some sort of obstacle for players to overcome, and when they are not getting it, instead of trying to fine-tune your puzzle, obstacle, etc. thing, you just try to make players force players through it, like some sort of compressor or something, if that makes sense. And I don't know why that is. Maybe that when under time constraints of executives, that's the only thought that really wins out in the end. Because it's like, oh, we gotta move on to the next thing. We got a deadline. The shareholders, like, I don't know.
This is unbelievable. I had no idea.
We populate our environments with spots where players can take.
I every time the name Charlie Brown comes up, fucking
look out over and expand. We populate our environments.
I can't believe is Snoopy in the game?
Spots where players can take.
Oh, this dog! The dog's name is Snoopy.
Take a break to look out over an expanse of cool scenery. We call these vistas. This particular vista was designed to give anyone familiar with the Citadel interior from Half-Life 2 a good view of what it looks like now that everything's falling apart. The pods that are sliding off their track and into the abyss really sell the idea that the Citadel is half abandoned and in chaos.
Let me read that again. Sorry, I was talking about Charlie Brown.
Environments with spots where players can take a break to look out over an expanse of cool scenery.
Anyone familiar? A good view of what it looks like now.
This particular vista was designed to give anyone familiar with the Citadel.
Yeah, okay, that one's pretty straightforward. Like you don't that's something that you don't really need a commentary for. Maybe even that's a rare case, but like, I do love. Like a skybox aside, like it is, environmental storytelling, like having stuff happen in the environment that is solely for the sake of the environmental storytelling, instead of just a static like this. This is static, but having stuff also falling apart actively while you're wandering around, which is something 3D games could do much better than 2D. In a rare win for 3D.
In an early version of this map, Alex led the player through the whole thing. To make Alex seem less omniscient, we had her access a console here to get her bearings. It exploded, which helped drive home the point that the Citadel was in bad shape, but generally, it was a long pause in the action without a lot of payoff. After we made the high-level decision to have Alex follow the player, this entire scene became irrelevant, and we happily cut the whole thing.
Wait, what? Hold on.
In an early version of this map, Alex led the player through the whole thing. To make Alex seem less omniscient, we had her access a console here to get her bearings. It exploded, which helped drive home the point that the Citadel was in bad shape.
Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying there. Definitely a case of I guess this is one of those cases where it's a good thing episode 1 wasn't a big-ass full game. Because a decision like that would have had much bigger consequences depending on... Because, like, Alex is with us for the whole fucking time, for the most part, I think. Right? So, like, that could have impacted a lot more if it was a bigger game, as opposed to an episode. If they kept that going the whole time.
In a good puzzle, the player is presented with an overall goal, and then faces a number of smaller challenges in pursuit of that goal. In the case of the Stalker puzzle, we start with, how do I open the door? From there, we move to, how do I get to the Stalker? Then, how do I get to the roller mines? How do I get the roller mine back to Alex? And finally, how do I use the roller mine to disable the Stalker?
Training is one of the fundamental tenets
Stalker.
of our design philosophy. Before the player is required to utilize some new game mechanic, or new weapon, or face a new monster under pressure in a dangerous situation, we always introduce the concept in a relatively calm, but ideally still entertaining way. This entire scene teaches the player that Alex can convert roller mines so that they can be used as a friendly weapon. Later, the player is required to do this in more pressing circumstances, but at this point, everything's still pretty calm. In the original design, the player retrieved the roller mine from a dispenser and used it to take out a Combine soldier who was holding the field from the other side.
See if you can find a roller mine, Gordon.
Eventually, we scrapped that idea and combined the roller mine training with some Stalker exposition that originally occurred in a separate scene.
I do think they can, like, tone down... They could have toned down the Gordon do thing by, like... They could have added, like, an extra 20 seconds between intervals, you know what I mean? Anyways, maybe 30 seconds. This puzzle, I got no issues with this puzzle. Because, like I said previously, these stalkers are barely into. You just, like, kind of see them, you observe them. Abusingly, actually, because given the name. Oh, we're still getting the massive boost. Even though our gun's not supercharged. So, like, it gives us a bit of chance to see what stalkers are and how they operate. And interact with them to an extent. And roller mines don't have to be viewed as something so annoying and frustrating. Up.
Oh, you found one.
Because I like my Sparkies. Shout out to Sparky.
A little extra juice in the right spot, and it's on our side. I'll hold it out where I can work on it.
I am?
There it is. It's a lot more unstable, but it should last long enough to take out her stop. Okay. We can get through now.
Sorry, I gotta be right back. All good.
Let's go.
We're all caught up here, right? We've done our things. Now, this is conspicuous, right? We can jump over that if we had the right tools available.
We wanted to create an atmosphere of urgency in the Citadel, with Alex and the player focused on getting to the core to stop the impending collapse. Initially, we tried to reflect that urgency through Alex's behavior and acting. This proved to be unsustainable, however. If the player didn't choose to advance, Alex eventually ran out of lines or animations and was forced into her very non-urgent idle states. We found that the best approach was for Alex to have such implicit trust in and sympathy with the player that she's always content to proceed at whatever pace the player chooses. Once we adopted this principle, lines where Alex sounded impatient or frustrated with the pace of progress quickly stood out and were cut.
Why did Stalker Dude die? Like, why did the energy ball just come right for his ass?
We wanted to create an atmosphere of urgency in the Citadel, with Alex and the...
Yeah, I guess it's hard to know what kind of cuts you need to make until you have your pattern all figured out, your route, your pavement, and all that. I don't know if I'm saying the right words to convey my meaning here, but you know, like the cuts clearly would have had to have been made with the change, and it's not clear until you start making the changes. There we go. I think I've said what I meant to say. Soldiers.
We created a new Citadel destruction set of broken Combine panels and prefabs for the interior spaces to help make the Citadel look like it was on the verge of exploding. We also introduced a strong ambient orange color to help sell the fact that the Citadel was in a much different state from the last time the player passed through. The orange atmosphere was justified due to all the fires and smoke inside the Citadel.
So I'm going to take another coffee sip here. The series has a bit of a recurring orange theme, like if nothing else from the suit. However, I did fail to consider the ever-constant presence of fires. Wait, could I have stopped that from happening? Hold on. Ow. How far back is that? It's here. It's probably an invisible wall, honestly. What? Well, that was so random, actually, yeah. Okay, we kept one of them. You're unstable. No, that's sorry. I didn't mean that. Sorry. Wait, where are we going? We're going this way.
The primary goal of the first Citadel map is to communicate to players that the Citadel...
Is the game too loud compared to this? I might lower the sound briefly. Can I? No, I can't. Oh well.
...is falling apart.
Wait, what's that other thing? Silence the audio while the game window is in the... Oh, that's nothing.
The Vortex was the primary goal of the first Citadel map is to communicate to players that the Citadel is falling apart. The Vortex was a late addition to the map, in an effort to beef up the idea that the Citadel was becoming a very dangerous place. We had particular difficulty in conveying the danger zone here. In early playtests, players thought that the entire bridge was dangerous at all times. Some additional effects work helped let players know where the dangerous areas were. We would have loved to base more gameplay on this Vortex idea, but we just didn't have the time.
Unfortunate. That does destroy it, okay. Oh.
We revealed the pod here to let players see it up close. At the same time, we didn't want players to get too good a look at what's inside. An old version of the scene had the pod simply hanging from the ceiling. It would burst open and then charge up your gravity gun, but not do much else. The current scene gives us a much more dramatic reveal of the pod, and an opportunity to introduce the mind blasts it's capable of emitting. Though they don't play a large role in Episode 1, these guys were a functional requirement of Episode 2, which meant we effectively had to ship a piece of that episode early.
I mean, it's nice to have. It worked out, especially in the sense of a two-part story that never really got expanded upon further, unless it did in Alex. It helps. It helps us. Like, obviously, the story is just constantly ongoing, but it helps establish the episodes as their own arc.
The hell?
It's important that the player has some... We decided this space needed to look unique and appear to have more significance than the rest of the Citadel areas the player had already traveled through, while at the same time feeling as though it was still made with Combine technology. This room introduces a story point that plays a big role in Episode 2, so the player has to feel like something important is going on in here. A different fog setting, as well as different light styles and configurations, helped achieve this. The red lighting is a good contrast to the traditional blue-green colors of the Citadel.
I'm not sure if there's a preferred color for that. I don't know if red's the right color or the wrong color in that regard. I feel like any color would work, personally, but, you know, I get what you're saying, Devs. I get what you're saying.
It's important that the player has some empathy for Alex, rather than seeing her as just a bullet-spitting robot. The brief recovery scene after the pod mind attack reminds the player that Alex is also affected by events in the world.
What's going on in there?
Kind of curious that Gordon tosses that, because, like, I had no input on that. Gordon, that was Gordon. That was a rare Gordon acting on his own moment.
Didn't bring portal reactor. I'd say there's still a device backfire. It'll sure come in handy.
The Lightbridge ball sockets are a clear example of our training approach to new gameplay elements. We train the players with a leading example, confirm they understand the concept, then switch up the problem set and make them use it in a new way. The first bridge shows players the solution, the second one confirms they understand it, and the third, knowing they understand the gameplay mechanic, challenges them in a new way using that mechanism. The Lightbridge ball sockets are a clear example of our training approach to new gameplay elements.
Okay, I see it, yeah. Classic gaming 101. Oh shit. Shit.
Nice thinking.
What? Alright, fine.
Impending destruction is a recurring theme in the Citadel. From story, mood, and visual standpoints, this changes the Citadel. The destruction needed to feel natural rather than entirely scripted upon the player's actions. Not showing destructive events dynamically makes the player assume the level of damage is static. However, if the events are too obviously triggered by player movement, the destruction feels too scripted. We found the solution was to give players glimpses of things that were happening at the periphery of the player space, as well as in their immediate vicinity, to give the feeling this stuff is happening whether the player is present or not.
The shaking in the background does a good job of that, but it is reinforced by having a mix of external, or well, distant and close-up signs of destruction and deterioration. There we go. I've said the words I meant to say. Alright, Alex, out of my way. Having shit randomly fall is also comedically proving the point, serving the point.
Having trained the player that balls fit into sockets, we wanted to introduce a puzzle where the question was how to get the ball into the socket. The puzzle we came up with involved a socket with an object blocking it, so that the player would have to ricochet a ball into place. This sounded simple until we actually tried to implement it. If we made the covering opaque, playtesters didn't realize that there was a socket behind it. When we made it translucent, they often didn't see it was there, and were confused when their shot bounced off. Making it movable was a red herring, making people think that they could actually knock it away. A couple of subtle art changes helped. We added some more prominent shadowing and made the glass panel flash when it was hit with a ball. Some playtesters consistently searched for a position to get a direct shot, which we didn't discourage as an alternate solution. Having trained the player that balls fit into sockets, we wanted to introduce...
I didn't know about the flashing, or if I did, I forgot about that. Ah, shit. Don't die. Don't die, Gordon. Please don't die. A lot. Don't die, I want to jump on it. I don't want to die. I'm going to die every time. Okay, you can do that. But how do you get up afterward? Hold on. Oh, wait. Could I? Wait a minute. Okay, hold on a minute now. Oh, we already go. Where's the auto? Who's doing that? We good? We cool? So, alternate...
Having trained the player that balls fit into sockets, we wanted to introduce a puzzle where the question was how to get a ball into the socket. The puzzle we came up with involved a socket with an object blocking it.
So, I'll go here. Okay. I forgot what I did the first. I assume I ricocheted it, but it felt like that wasn't. I wouldn't have gotten the right angle when I shot it from underneath. I'm glad that it was consistently designed to work that way, though. But that's a sensible way of doing it as an alternative.
There are some little practical details that take a surprising amount of time and testing to get just right. For instance, it took us many playtests to figure out just how fast Alex should move. It turns out that her falling behavior looks and feels the best when she's moving faster than the player's normal speed, but slower than the player's sprint speed. There are some little practical details that take
Faster than the player's normal speed, slower than
the
the sprint speed. So, in some ways that can be a sin. Not in this case, but like if you're ever like doing an escort quest, that's a sin, I think. But since Alex isn't meant to be escorted, it's a teamwork kind of thing, then that works fine for that. Maybe perfectly even. A lot of times, even in this game with the squad members, as we've seen, they can fall behind in some capacity that we're unaware of as a possible issue. But we never really run into that issue with Alex, thankfully.
This dropship scene was another case where we had to be clever about drawing the player's attention to something cool that was about to happen, which the player could easily miss if they weren't looking in the right direction. We used a solitary soldier firing at the player to draw their attention to where the dropship climbs into view. Once the player notices the dropship, there's a good chance they'll watch it until the payoff when it crashes.
Did you see that?
I didn't see shit. I'm seeing the orange lighting more now. Actually, you know, I never really absorbed that the lighting here was just this orange until the commentary mentioned it. Damn. I'm not tired, I swear. Maybe I'm too relaxed. This orange lighting in particular reminds me of fucking Turok, though. The last couple worlds. I miss Turok. I wonder if the new one's gonna get canceled like Perfect Dark. That dropped at the right time, just to fuck with me. Oh wait, I forgot. Can I? No. No. Do it now. Do it now. Yeah. How are we doing?
Looks like this could be a transport elevator to the core.
This is where some player training pays off. After earlier training players on the use of ball sockets, they get a sort of live fire test here starting the elevator. This is the beginning of the level's puzzle arc, where basic gameplay mechanic is made increasingly more complex by layering other puzzle elements on it. The first puzzle only requires that the player find a combine ball and put it in the... This is where some player training pays off. After earlier training players on the use of ball sockets, they get a sort of live fire test here starting the elevator. This
He's
is the beginning of
fine,
the
she'll
level's puzzle
live.
arc. This is where some player training pays off. After earlier training players on the use of ball sockets, they get a sort of live fire test here starting the elevator. This is the beginning of the level's puzzle arc. This is where some player training pays off. After earlier training players on the use of ball sockets, they get a sort of live fire test here starting the elevator. This is the beginning of the level's puzzle arc, where basic gameplay mechanic is made increasingly more complex by layering other puzzle elements.
Huh?
This is where some player training pays off. After earlier training players on the use of ball sockets, they get a sort of live fire test here starting the elevator. This is the beginning of the level's puzzle arc, where basic gameplay mechanic is made increasingly more complex by layering other puzzle elements on it.
Can you get it going
The first puzzle only requires that the player find a combine ball and put it in the socket.
Oh, whoops. Wait, is there a dead one there? There is. Oh my god. There. I'm turning too fast.
Up there! Start up again, Gordon. Do what you did last time.
No! Ow. Don't do that. Don't do this to me. Aha. Aha! I'm back on my bullshit. Ow, I'm still alive. Okay, no more.
Here we're presenting the player with a now familiar ball socket challenge, but we're also bridging into some new training, showing the player that stalkers can destroy the Combine energy balls.
What's going on?
Oh, these are flashing too. Okay, all good. Good job.
Here we're presenting the player with a now familiar ball socket challenge.
Let's gotta increment on those ideas. Never stay stationary at the first stage, the tutorial stage of your puzzles and such.
Let's get off there and see where it leads. Look out!
Look out! No! Oh, there is a bottom. That glass shatter is so
We changed
loud.
the art for these doors so that players understood they were entering.
Perish. Be gone forever. How's our net looking? No issues.
The core area. It turned out, late in development, we changed the art for these doors so that players understood they were entering the core area. It turned out that having Alex talk about the area wasn't enough to give playtesters the sense that they'd finally arrived at the core.
It's so easy for all these details to hold on. For all these details to go over my head with all the fucking run I was doing on my first playthrough. Or maybe it's just that it's been a while. I mean, I did just do the achievement run, but I was kind of focused on those at the time. It kind of bothers me how easy it is to miss these finer details sometimes. Like, I remember we had to go into the place. And it's hard to gauge, like, it's not meant to be that big, I suppose, if you think about it. Like, it's tall. It's not, like, big in the sense of, left to right fashion. We did go down an elevator as well. I wonder what the internal framework is of the level and how it matches the tower, size. Oh, I parried that with the fucking corpse. Let's fucking go.
This is another key vista, this time showing the core. It's a visual payoff for the player's success in getting here, and simultaneously, a way to present the player with a view of the next challenge.
Looks like they were deliberately trying to blow the reactor. But why? Oh my god. It looks pretty far gone. I hope Dr. Kleiner was right about this.
Kleiner is never wrong. about anything except for maybe Lamar. Maybe.
Let's see if we can find a way through the control room.
Okay, but what's down here? Let me check down here. I'll be right back, Alex. There's nothing down there. There's some corpses. This is a really cool visual, though. It's like a black hole. I don't know how realistic this is based on the science, the known sciences. Can I get the bodies back if I want it? I can. That's kind of fucked up.
Creating a believable, interesting relationship between Gordon and Alex is made a lot tougher by the fact that Gordon never talks. This elevator scene presented a nice little opportunity to have Alex express some emotion in a situation where Gordon isn't really in a position to respond.
I hope it's not too late to re-engage the containment field. Good thing you know what you're doing. Well, here's your elevator. Gordon, I wish there was something else I could do to help.
Give me a clap. Clap me to victory. Cheer me on. Get your glow sticks.
Hurry back.
It's a rave. Gordon's here to bring the show. The fireworks.
The core design posed a lot of difficult challenges. Generally speaking, if the gameplay in a particular map isn't working, we can simply cut the entire area. This wasn't true of the core, because we knew it was critical to the story. On top of that, designing Citadel gameplay is often a bigger challenge than working out areas in City 17, largely because Citadel levels have a narrow set of gameplay tools, there are less enemy types available, and the player is usually only armed with the gravity gun. Because of this, we had to go through many iterations of the core design. One of the earlier prototypes was a kind of futuristic version of Operation, where players had to use the gravity gun to cleanly manipulate rods into slots in the core. That didn't work, partly because playtesters found that their view was obstructed by the rods, which made it frustratingly difficult to manipulate them with any kind of precision. We prototyped, playtested, and abandoned several other designs until we finally arrived at one that was fun, while still being challenging enough to give players the sense that they'd accomplished a significant goal.
I suppose it felt like that a little bit. Not like necessarily that challenging, unless you mean the greater task of doing the whole thing. This lower floor though, trying to get all three of these active while the stalkers are alive for the achievement, that was a challenge. That felt satisfying to do. Like, I think I even like said that when I did that. Like, oh, this feels good. That felt tough. I feel accomplished, etc. Okay, this way. Do we grab those now? I mean, we're gonna be up there later, I think. Let's hard save it now that I said that. Oh, who? The guys in the white suits are meant to be the most imposing of the three, and yet it's the shotgun guys every time for me. The
difference between skill levels isn't just a matter of damage dealt and received. For instance, in easy mode, we increase the length of time a Combine ball survives before exploding,
Oh!
putting less pressure on the player to get the ball into a socket.
Oh, okay. I never would have known. You know, sometimes I don't know how you would convey that though, because like while playing the difficulties, I wouldn't want to know that information. But afterward, it would be nice to know, like, oh, here's what was the hardest. Here's what playing on the hardest difficulty did for you, or playing on easiest. Well, it probably would be kind of not something you'd want to show a player playing on easy. But like for me playing on hardest difficulty, it would be nice to have that information. Like, oh, this is what we did. The time you have available for grabbing a ball did feel a little tight, but knowing that that's part of the difficulty, it makes it like, oh yeah, that's fine. That's perfectly fine then. If that's what I'm signing up for, I accept that. It's easier to accept that some kind of stuff like that too, I guess, in that way. It's also nice to have a difficulty changes that aren't just you take more damage. Or have to deal more damage.
The ball tubes are an example of us working within our available toolkit to create a puzzle around it.
Oh, and also about the rods decision being swapped in favor of all this light bulb. Like this is a good little arc to have to use these for puzzles. Something that's just like your deadliest weapon in a sense, outside of just grappling guys with your grab gun, your super grab gun. And just having that something so exceedingly dangerous be used in a mundane way of, oh, I gotta solve the puzzle. I guess it is dangerous, but in a dangerously mundane way, is amusing and also feels fitting for Gordon as a gameplay mechanic.
The ball tubes are an example.
Also, it also helps to illustrate the progression of the events as you go on. Like, oh, this thing that you were afraid of, now you're just fucking tossing it around like a ping pong ball.
Ball tubes are an example of us working within our available toolkit to create a puzzle around a recognized concept. As a physical navigation puzzle, it's different from what the player has experienced before, and it's challenging while not being a binary succeed or fail situation. There are a number of ways to approach this puzzle. In addition to simply dodging, jumping, or ducking the balls, the player can grab or deflect them with his gravity gun, or pick up the hatch and use it as a shield to block the incoming barrage.
I didn't even consider the shield approach. I'll try that with the next one. Hold on, it's funnier. Oh. I don't know if he wants to stay up there. I don't think he's gonna stay up there. Wait, why aren't you being grappled? Wait, can we get you up? Hold on. Can we get you up here? That might be difficult. Oh! I don't think so. We tried.
The Combine core was another new space that needed to stand out from the rest of the environment. We wanted the core to look hot and dangerous, but still be distinct from the fires and the cool blues of the rest of the Citadel. The core became the primary light source in this space, and in conjunction with the white set of Combine materials, we created an extreme contrast to the normally dark values of the Citadel metals. The Combine core was another new space
with the white set
that
of Combine
needed to stand out from the
materials.
rest.
Yeah, it's I mean, big giant energy ball of darkness. It makes me think of black holes, but it also makes me think of like antimatter. Right? Is that right? I think it's antimatter.
The core sphere was one of the last special effects that we finished. To achieve this effect, the core uses animated textures, flow maps, normal map diffraction and specularity, as well as volumetric particulate matter rendering, which takes advantage of the core being a sphere.
The higher contrast white Combine motif of the core sets it apart from the rest of the Citadel and heightens its importance within the visual style of Combine aesthetics. It also helps enhance the perception of heat and radiation in the space.
It's very trippy. Flow Geiger. I think I need to... What do I need to do here? Do we just leave? Ooh! Where did we save it? Oh, fuck. Alright. Up! Oh. It's fine. Unfortunate. Oh, sorry, I got in the way.
The core was a central element of this part of the game, and as much as possible, we wanted to constantly reinforce its importance. Zigzagging through the space in 3 dimensions while navigating a variety of challenges let us present a few different visual and gameplay perspectives on the same space. By letting the player see the core from a bunch of different angles, we were able to give them a real sense of its scale.
There you go. Let's feed it.
The core was a central element of this part of the game, and as much as possible,
I'm sorry, is your
we wanted
last
to
name
constantly reinforce its importance. Zigzagging through the space in 3 dimensions while navigating a variety of challenges let us present a few.
I do like level set pieces like this. Scaling thing. You know, like Shadow of the Colossus. Sometimes you just want to scale a thing, a structure, or some sort of creature. Something of a massive size. Alright, I think we're good. Wait, hold on. I got a bigger one. Huh? 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 Ah. Ah. Wait, how much shit can I throw in here? How do you put this evil idea into my head? You must live up to the consequences. Full life consequences at that. Ow.
The second ball tube presents a variation of the pattern the player learned in the first ball tube. While the first tube can be crossed slowly, by crouching and maneuvering your way up, the second ratchets up the pace, requiring a quicker, more responsive approach.
It's like running
The
upstream.
second ball tube presents a variation of the pattern the player learned in the first ball tube. While the first tube can be crossed slowly, by crouching and maneuvering your way up, the second ratchets up the pace, requiring a quicker, more responsive approach.
It's funner to just dodge. Except that happens, I guess. Oh, okay, that could happen too, though.
The second ball tube presents
The second
a
ball
variation of
too.
the pattern the player learned in the first ball tube. While the first tube can be crossed slowly, by crouching and maneuvering your way up, the second ratchets up the pace, requiring a quicker, more responsive approach.
Hey guys. Do you think they have one eye? Or do you think it's just... I wonder how that works. Hold on, I have an idea. New idea has dropped. If only they would stop getting electrocuted.
The goal of this logic puzzle isn't figuring out that you need to put balls in batteries. It's coming to the realization that, by filling all of them, you've denied yourself the exit, and that you have to desocket one, climb on the lift, and then resocket it. Sparks guide the player to the source of the balls, which happens to be the tube they just passed through.
Oh wow, I didn't die. Pity that. No. Ooh.
The goal of
The goal. The goal of football. The John Madden. Ah, they're fine. Oh, I see how that works. Now it's all briefly under control. So was it down there the whole time, or did it like was it slowly just dripping down, getting pulled down to the bottom? And that eventually, like an hourglass, serving as a single dot of sand as our hourglass, our timer, before everything just erupted. Wait, hold on a minute. Right, we went down down an elevator to start with, and now we're back up here. That's right. That's right.
Gordon, you did it! The containment system's back in place. It won't last forever, but at least we've bought a little time. While you were in
Monitor scenes, such as this video transmission from Dr. Mossman, aren't simply pre-rendered video. These scenes actually unfold live in an inaccessible section of the map.
She's waiting for her cue. Hold on, let me time that better.
Gordon.
I kind of want to see that again though.
Monitor scenes, such as this.
So there's
video.
She's over here.
Transmission from.
How did you get there so fast?
Gordon, you did it! The containment system's back in place. It won't last forever, but at least we've bought a little time.
Line.
While you were
Hi, JM. Oh, JM, I need to show. I think I still have it saved. Here's a preview of the commentary runs if I have it hard saved still. Actually, can I load hard saves of Half-Life 2? No, I can't. Can I? Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. I misled you.
Poking around in the control deck.
I can't do it from
They were
here.
trying to start a chain
That actually makes sense. That would get fucky with the game, huh? Just loading up different games from game you're playing.
This is the only way they have to send a transmission packet back to wherever they came from.
Every game is a play.
I can't tell what the packet contains.
Just like Super Mario Brothers 3.
Willing to sacrifice the whole Citadel to send it off. We need to get it back to my dad and Dr. Kleiner at the outpost right away. I've been pulling down a copy. Whatever it is, I have a feeling it's bad news for all of us. There's something else. It's Judith. Take a look.
Monitor scenes, such as this video transmission from Dr. Mossman, aren't simply pre-rendered video. These scenes actually unfold live in an inaccessible section of the map, while being projected onto the monitor screen. Here's Dr. Mossman in the small Arctic base set. It's not nearly as far away from the Citadel's core control room as it appears to be in the level. Monitor scenes, such as this video transmission from Dr. Mossman, aren't simply pre-rendered video. These scenes actually unfold live in an inaccessible section of the map, while being projected onto the monitor screen. Here's Dr. Mossman in the small Arctic base.
So I got that impression with the cutscene in the Half-Life 2 where you're getting teleported around, because it seemed like the way they were able to simultaneously simulate all that, like, oh, now you're here with Eli and Alex at the lab, and now, oh no, now you're back over here, and they're back on the monitor. Like that was just my impression of how they were doing that to begin with all these scenes. But it is cool that they actually just ripped the camera away from you to show that right here. It's a really cool way of doing. Well, I don't know what the word is. Like the camera work, the cinematography. When it comes to video calls and the like, were video calls even a thing at this point in our history? Like when this game came out, probably. I mean, I'm trying to think. When were smartphones? Were they there with smartphones from day one? No, probably not. I don't know.
I'll know what to do with it.
Around the same time, though.
The packet's done copy. I've got it right here.
It's okay. I'm almost done episode 2 achievement run. The fucking gnome, though. Let's get the hell out of here.
Monitor scenes, such as this video transmission.
Monitor scenes. Where we going? Oh, where'd she go? I lost her. Oh, right, my gun's not super anymore. Okay, yeah, we do have to run. Hello, Homer. Oh.
This lift will take us to a train platform. If we can hitch a ride.
Siren, 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 by the way. I'm going to do my best to get episode 1 and done. Hence the title.
Well, it was nice while it lasted.
Isn't this an automatic pistol? I feel like it should look cooler than this.
Usually, the second step of our training arcs involve a threatening training area. This is the second step in the roller mine training, and true to form, there's the threat. The indestructible roller mines endlessly attack the player in a gated space. The only way to defeat them is to have Alex convert them, which means there's no way the player can miss the point of the training. Players also like to see the AI characters fight each other. So after reminding the player about Alex's roller mine hacking talent, we let you sick them on a pack of Combine soldiers.
Company.
Barky and Barky.
Won't be expecting this.
The Ark siblings.
Get ready.
As I already previously stated, love seeing enemies fight other enemies. I totally love Rain World. And Doom. I don't know what other games I really are up there in terms of dude fighting dude while I watch. Halo had moments of that, but they were, I guess, Halo 2, right? Halo 2 had it where you could fight both sides or just let them tear each other apart.
Come on, let's get in.
Why is it red? Well, ow. That's why it's red. Quick. Oh, what the fuck? I thought I quick saved it already. God damn it, sorry. Get ready. Go. These Combine are not soccer fans. Is this Rocket League?
This is our train. Let's get in. Come on, let's get in.
Oh. Oh, I made a mistake. Okay, we're fine.
In much the same way that movie effects often utilize different versions of the same model, there are actually 3 trains that make up the Stalker scene. The first one is the moving train you see arrive at the platform. The one you're in right now is a static interior with lights moving outside of it to give the illusion of motion. The third train is the crash version. It's a tilted, banged up, and totally separate area from the moving version. The transition from moving to crashed is disguised by a brief fade to black.
Alex's reaction to the Stalkers went through a number of iterations. In very early versions, Alex was frightened by the Stalkers. That didn't work because it didn't fit with Alex's earlier reactions to Stalkers in the Citadel. We changed it so that she expressed anger at the Stalkers' predicament. Early versions of this new direction failed because Alex's transition from generally upbeat to blind rage was simply too abrupt. Ultimately, through rewrites and rigorous testing, we found the right tone for the scene. A simmering anger level that was more in tune with the situation.
I would say I have no issue with this part of episode 1, like, overall. Like, everything up till now for episode 1, I have no qualms with. Like, it all works out pretty tightly. Like, the narrative beats, however few there are, with the advisors and this train scene, this is all good. And the crash that follows, and our progression from Citadel moment to, well, this fucked up shit. Horrifying. Terrifying.
We wanted the crash train car to be very disorienting. In early tests, though, players felt that it was too confusing and too hard to navigate. That feedback prompted us to tone it down. By rearranging some of the geometry, we were able to create a banged up, tilted environment that still offered a relatively unobstructed path to Alex.
Yeah, we'll get away from him. Alex is very upsetty. Low life.
This is another multi-purpose scene.
Hold up a
First,
sec.
Alex is visibly shaken, which once again humanizes her.
I gotta catch my breath.
But she also states the player's goal for the second half of the game: climb to the surface and get to the train station.
Okay. Well, this might not be as easy as I thought. We're in the same boat as the other evacuees now. On foot to a train station. Let's head for the surface. Careful, I hear turrets. They've been here so long, they're out of bullets.
What was their endgame? I don't know the endgame for the aliens. Like, let's take over humanity. Okay, now what? Let's cause problems. But why? Subjugate humanity, but why? Do they just crave power that much? Do they fear themselves being overpowered? Hmm. 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 No commentaries, right? Yeah.
I can't see a thing. I'm blind as a bat without that flashlight on. Hey, there, Doc. I've heard stories about you. You and Barney used to compete to see who could get in fastest without using a key.
I really enjoy that bit of flavor text. And this is where we learned how to barrel hop. It's a metaphor for capitalism, probably. I think I was meant to crush that one. For shame. Okay, first one.
Before we armed players with traditional weapons, we wanted to give them a chance to appreciate Alex's combat abilities. Toward that goal, we created a very specific combat style for the early parts of the journey outside the Citadel. Dark, tense, surrounded by zombies, and either weaponless or starved for ammo, so that players needed to rely on the gravity gun, and more importantly, Alex. This is where players finally get a weapon. Since the door only opens when the padlock is shot, players can't proceed without finding the pistol. It's effectively a weapon gate. Once players are through the door, we can be sure they've got a pistol.
It is interesting how this is a continuation of Half-Life 2's ending in the sense that you're down to your gravity gun. And it carries that over to the beginning of the episode, episode 1 as well. And you have to slowly build your arsenal up from the gravity gun, which is like the gun
Originally,
to begin
the
with.
player couldn't
Thought I heard
operate the
thunder.
power boxes, and would have to wait for Alex to do it.
Nice
We
job.
thought it'd be entertaining to watch
got it
Alex do
done.
some cool thing while you protected her. Unfortunately, that didn't work out. Playtesters were more annoyed than entertained. The other problem was that having Alex committed to a particular activity while action was still going on in the world tended to quickly expose her most robotic tendencies. She'd either ignore what was going on, or completely stop whatever activity the player was waiting for her to finish. Either way, it was unconvincing and frustrating. What we learned here was that whenever Alex commits to some action in a dynamic environment, she needs to finish it quickly and move on.
I think the devs loved Alex. I get the impression.
Keep your light on that zombie.
The darkness in this area has a few real gameplay benefits. It slows the player down, which most of the time keeps Alex at your side. The claustrophobia, the close-in combat, and Alex's constant presence and reliance on your flashlight help enhance the tension and your sense of camaraderie. In the dark, the limited flashlight battery adds an extra layer of resource management to the tactics of combat.
Hold on, can you say that again?
The darkness in this area has a few real gameplay benefits.
Presence and reliance
It
on your
slows
flash
the player
definitely enhance
down,
attention,
which most of the
sense of
time keeps Alex at your
camaraderie in the
side.
dark, limited flashlight
Claustrophobia, the
battery.
close-in
Yeah, this is... I don't dislike this section. But again, I wish they had figured out the splitting the power between the flashlight and the suit in episode 1 and not episode 2. Because it is pretty damn limiting here. Having to choose between movement and lighting.
Initially, the player wasn't going to have a weapon here. The combination of no weapon and near total darkness forced the player to use the flashlight to direct Alex's fire. We liked the idea that you could interact with Alex in a meaningful way, using elements that were already built into the interface. Unfortunately, playtesters didn't like not having a weapon, so we added weapons back in. Luckily, it turned out that, even armed, players tended to still use and enjoy the flashlight mechanic.
Yeah, like it's a sound idea. Absolutely. You definitely get the... I didn't realize it. I didn't even think about it when doing the achievement where you can't use any guns. But like that is in part probably designed around the fact that they really want you to fully take in this particular section with the Alex light flashlight combination.
If you don't like Alex, you're not going to have much fun with episode 1, so Alex being likable was one of our most crucial design goals. Little moments like the Zombine joke are designed to make Alex more endearing. Since we like to multitask, it also had the practical purpose of introducing a new monster. The success of the scene relied on a combination of dialogue, voice acting, and animation. Surprisingly, lighting was really important too. Under red light, Alex's self-deprecating groan looked more like she was sneering at the player for not getting the joke. Changing the lighting to blue and then adjusting the direction of the light so that it changed the shadows on her face
That's
fixed
like
the problem.
a zombine, right? Zombine, get it?
That could have gone through a couple more edits.
It's important that monsters get very deliberate introductions, since players are going to interact with them a lot.
But it's endearing.
Generally, we let the
Look
player
out!
first
It's
see a
got a
new monster
grenade!
in a safe environment, so they can start thinking about it before they have to fight it.
That is a good introduction to the Zombine.
The soundtrack here was created for the introduction of a new adversary, the Combine Zombie, or Zombine. Discordant guitar tones of bends and a lo-fi fast beat work in the background of this encounter to create an off-balance and disturbing mood. The soundtrack here was created for the introduction of a new adversary, the Combine Zombie.
Fast beat
or
work in the
Zombie.
background of this encounter, create an off
Discordant
balance and
guitar
disturbing. I see. I forgot I'm invincible when I'm doing these.
We always try to exploit a feature as much as possible throughout a game. For instance, these flares. They're an exploration reward, they've got a simple, satisfying interaction with the gravity gun, and they're a tactical alternative to the flashlight. Finally, they're a weapon that will ignite zombies. which in turn become a new light source.
Yeah, the different sources of lighting, whether it's the flare, zombie on fire, your own flashlight, maybe, like, you could... I'm imagining a scenario where this section goes a bit longer and you have other sources of lighting, or at least one additional other way of creating light. Like, maybe setting objects on fire. Like, I guess it was a little early in game development in general to be able to simulate that, but if they could have gotten it to a point where there was a few extra wood structures around that you could light on fire alongside the zombies, that would go pretty good, I think.
For episode 1, we implemented a scripting component called the Response Rules System for dynamically managing NPC speech. We wanted to take NPC speech out of the hands of the programmers and let the writers control it. The writers were able to set up a wide range of situationally triggered character responses. For instance, Alex has different reactions to different enemies, can warn the player of danger, calls for help when she's mobbed, and will ask for light. The combat responses worked out great, but it's especially satisfying when Alex's comments on some situation mirror your own thoughts. The writers really went crazy with this, so be on the lookout for lots of little Easter egg responses to unusual situations.
Like what? Getting it in her eyes? Yeah. I hear another head crab. Is it clipped through the wall?
We've really got to talk to Dr. Kleiner about
Oh, this one, yeah.
that flashlight.
So true. Okay, yeah, that was a good line. What if I stack the rocks? Would you comment on that? Where are the rocks? Huh? Where? I have no idea how else I could get a potential Easter egg line out of her. I guess it probably is a compilation of that kind of stuff, maybe. I couldn't perceive how to add to that. Oh. Oh fuck! I forgot about you.
Poison headcrabs are ideal for ambushes because they startle you but can't actually kill you. Here, after a series of right-hand turns, you round the corner into a dead end. While you're cracking open a box of goodies, you're ambushed by poison headcrab. Constructing the ambush this way increased the odds that you wouldn't see the crab, but you would hear it just in time to turn around as it leapt at your head.
They're somehow so good at ambushing. I don't know what it is about them. They just have the perfect design for it. I think they're better with it in Half-Life 2 even somehow. I don't know. Maybe that's just a credit to the devs in a way that I can't instantly grasp. Oh, right.
The Antlion hole training is unusual because it requires the player to learn a new skill in combat. This is a rare case where training occurs under duress, so Alex states the problem and helps in the fight without giving away the solution.
That last part again? Sorry, Alex was talking.
The Antlion hole training is unusual because it requires the player to learn a new
problem
skill
and
in
helps in the
combat.
play without giving away.
This is
yeah. This is also a good idea. It's funny how I think episode 1's probably one of the weakest, if not the weakest, and it's got a lot of good ideas in it still, even then, huh? That's why I say like least favorite or potentially least favorite as opposed to this is the worst one. Like it depends on how you want to frame thing, the kind of list. Like what's the worst or what's the least favorite or what's the weakest. What's the best? What's the favorite? Oh, that's the antlions, right. Right.
Keep that barnacle in your life.
I'm trying. Is there any explosive barrels? No. Alright. We shouldn't kill him that fast. I forgot. I'll kill that one. I know it's a limitation, but it's funny to me that the mere fact that they all get tongued kills them. Or is this too the power of the HEV suit? Good enough. What?
You fight alongside Alex for much of episode 1, so her combat really needed to look varied and exciting. We especially wanted to get her into some kind of convincing physical contact with her enemies. We'd always wanted to do this kind of dynamic character interactions, but getting the NPCs into position for their interactions has a pretty wide-ranging set of problems. So we ended up taking an opportunistic approach for episode 1, where instead of figuring out how to maneuver characters into proximity, the system monitors their positions and fires the appropriate animations whenever it notices that they're correctly aligned. Given how well these interactions worked out between Alex and zombies, headcrabs, and antlions, we're really looking forward to extending this kind of behavior to all of our NPCs.
Yeah, so look forward to that in Half-Life Episode 3. Oh, the corpses stay, though. Wait, if the corpses stay...
You fight alongside Alex for much of episode 1, so her combat really needed to look varied and exciting. We especially wanted to get her into some kind of convincing physical contact.
Yeah, maybe there's some toxin that the suit protects you from.
This kind of
oh, yeah.
interactions, but getting the NPCs into position for their interactions has a pretty wide-ranging set of problems. So we ended up taking... You fight alongside Alex for much of episode 1, so her combat
More
really
corpses.
needed to look varied and exciting. We especially wanted to get her into...
Wait, hold on. What if we block it? Hold on. Oh, we only got barrels for this? Fine. Alex, out of the way. I need to be in your way later. Alex? Alex. Okay. Like here? And here? Let's quick save it, in case we fucked it up. And here? Alex? Alright, how is this gonna look?
You fight alongside Alex for much of episode 1, so her combat really needed to look varied and exciting. We especially wanted to get her into some kind of convincing physical contact with her enemies. We'd always wanted to do this kind of dynamic character interactions, but getting the NPCs
Live Alex
for
reaction?
their interactions has a pretty wide-ranging set of...
Okay, I guess they just clipped through it, that's fair. It do be fun to come up with your own solutions to these problems when the devs don't. As long as it's not excessively done, right? Like, just the occasional one and not, like, having to do a bunch of heavy lifting for writers. I guess also, as long as you don't have to think too hard about it, you can just come up with an idea within, like, 10 seconds of thinking about it. As opposed to, well, I don't know how to make this work either. I just have to accept it like that. Then at that point, it could potentially bother one. And distract.
This 3-level parking garage is where the Antlion burrow training pays off. Because we've taught the player the burrow blocking mechanic earlier in a less hectic environment, the problem here becomes not what to do with the burrows, but where to find the cars to block. This 3-level parking
It pauses them so you can pay attention to the commentary. That's very funny.
garage is where the Antlion burrow training pays off. Because we've taught the player the burrow blocking mechanic earlier in a less hectic environment, the problem here becomes not what to do with the burrows, but where to find the cars to block them while fighting off a horde of antlions. The burrows themselves went through several iterations. At first, playtesters had a hard time seeing them, and once they'd pushed a car onto one, they often weren't sure if the hole was actually sealed. We eventually solved both of these problems by adding a particle effect to the burrows. This effect makes them recognizable even at a distance, and its absence is a clear indication that the burrow is blocked.
We generally design and prototype the basic gameplay in a level before we apply much art to it. Throughout the first several months of playtesting this garage map, the geometry was nothing more than basic shapes and textures. After we finalized most of the gameplay elements, we began to flesh out the visuals for the area. For this level, we left the office and took reference pictures of various garages. From these shots, we pulled out everything we liked and that we thought we could pull off well. We combine these visual highlights into what we call a style guide map, which is a standalone map with no gameplay that we use strictly as visual reference. For this level, we actually made 2 style guides, one a destroyed garage, the other intact. After the look was established, we brought the playable map's visual quality up to the level of the style guides. Often a map's geometry needs to be changed as the art goes in because areas that worked in the abstract version no longer make sense in a map that now looks like a real place. For instance, the side rooms where 2 of the cars are hidden were moved several times in order to make them feel more naturally part of the parking garage.
I wonder how often gameplay elements conflicts with an artistic design. That, like, in the sense of natural versus this feels very gamey. Normally I'm not thinking about how gamey something may feel, but I'm not sure if that's just me being more accepting of such situations or if that's a credit to the devs in regards to keeping those kinds of ideas in mind when they're designing their levels. There are definitely some offhand moments I can probably, if I like comb through some VOD in particular, I could probably see myself reacting like, oh, this looks a bit contrived. Like, it doesn't happen often though. It really doesn't feel like this is enough to cover this, but you know, I'm glad that it counts. The other 2 look fine. I find it amusing that we're using cars and the gas tanks, by the way, differently, but also in the explicit purpose of dealing with these this infestation.
That's better. I can hear myself think.
Me too. Me too. I guess it does feel in general like they put maybe, I don't know if it's too much effort or not enough. It's like maybe they had too much bias involved in designing Alex to be super likable. They wanted to make sure players did not hate her. Please love our character. She's our baby. And I don't know how you could tweak that. Like, it's fine. It's just this particular episode, it feels a bit heavy-handed at times. Not the whole time. Like everything up to the immediate aftermath of the train. Oh, everything up to before getting first gun, I guess. I don't even think about that kind of stuff. It's just once she says the Combine line, it just seems so like, ugh. This is Marvel now. Don't do it. Dial it back a notch.
You're lucky you've got that hazard suit. This water's nasty.
Ow. Did I get all the line? Now I'm paranoid. It's like did I forget my keys? Kind of fucking. Did I really close the door as I left the house? It would be up here. I hate that feeling. It's a demon of a feeling. It just plagues me at every corner of my life. Sometimes it's easier to shut those voices out than it is others. I think we're good. Okay, this fucking room now. Alright, let's do a hard save.
Episode 1 is our first project to use HDR lighting heavily in dark indoor environments. The interaction between the flashlight and the auto exposure calculations done for HDR presented a real technical challenge. In dark areas where the flashlight was the only source of illumination, we found that we'd often end up with grossly overexposed views. We ended up compensating for this by using a different set of exposure parameters when the flashlight was turned on. In particular, we drastically shrunk the region of the screen examined for exposure calculations, which permitted us to concentrate only on the much smaller area lit by the flashlight.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. That was that one.
This area is the dramatic culmination of all the lightless combat that comes before it. We wanted to create a dynamic fight that lasted several minutes while you waited for the elevator to arrive. The first iteration of this battle was very different from what we eventually shipped. The space was larger, had water in it, and wasn't completely dark. Water is relatively expensive performance-wise, so we cut that in favor of more zombies. We made the level smaller to ensure that the player would see the elevator and recognize the problem that needed to be solved before the fight started. We killed the lights both to enhance tension and to make the scene a final test of the dark fighting skills that the player develops over the course of the episode. Finally, we added a wire running along the ceiling from the elevator to the power box to give players a guide as they familiarize themselves with the area.
Was there a line? Oh. Okay. I totally missed that, I think, both times even. Where is this? Oh, that's so hard to... You can't do that in a pitch black environment. That doesn't work that well.
In early versions of the episode, Alex was much more vocal about giving the player hints. However, playtest showed it was much more satisfying for the players when Alex stated a goal and then stepped aside until that goal was accomplished. Because of that feedback, almost all of Alex's hint lines were cut. Eventually, though, we discovered through more playtesting that although players didn't like having Alex hand them unsolicited hints, they did want to be able to explicitly request help from her. So we added some of the hint dialogue back in, but it's only accessible at the player's request by Plus using Alex. Unfortunately, we learned these hint lessons late in the development cycle and didn't have time to properly train players for this feature. We plan to integrate the hint-on-demand dialogue more thoroughly in future episodes.
So that really is the consensual hints, right? Like, you can't be heavy-handed with that shit.
Our art and gameplay standards encourage players to build a visual dictionary that defines how they expect things to work in the Half-Life world. For instance, even though the door to the power box room is metal, and would probably have a metal crossbar holding it shut, we barred it with a wooden plank. Because we've been consistent throughout the game, the player should recognize that a wooden plank can be both broken and manipulated with a gravity gun, properties that wouldn't be immediately apparent about a metal bar.
We're really happy with the Zombine's grenade behavior. It adds sudden danger spikes to the zombie board, which force players to quickly reprioritize their target. And since the player can grab a grenade, we're really happy with the Zombine's grenade behavior. It adds sudden danger spikes to the zombie board, which force players to quickly reprioritize their targets. And since the player can grab a grenade out of the Zombine stand with a gravity gun, these danger spikes can be converted into offensive opportunity. This kind of turnaround skill shot creates some dynamic, satisfying hero moments for the player. Originally, we didn't allow the player to snatch Zombine grenades because we fairly broke the fiction of the gravity gun. If players could grab a Zombine's grenade, why couldn't they grab the Combine soldiers' guns? After playtesting the grenade steal though, fun went out over consistency.
You're grabbing him out of Combine hand, or not Combine, you're grabbing him out of zombie hands as opposed to like actual, like, can you get him out of Combine hands too? They don't really throw them before you have a chance to really react to that. So I don't see the issue personally, because like, I would imagine the grips of zombies, headcrab zombie things are much looser in general. Like you could knock, like they're very haphazardly grabbing onto those in my mind. Okay, hold on.
This area is the dramatic
Let's put that on so we're immune.
Combat that comes before it.
So I think we got them all now.
A dynamic fight that lasted several minutes while you waited for the elevator to arrive.
That looks like it.
The first iteration of this battle was very different from what we eventually shipped.
Yeah, I see no issues
Space was
here.
larger, had water in it, and wasn't completely dark. Water is relatively expensive performance-wise, so we kept that in favor of more zombies. We made this close.
I do feel like they don't tell it. Like, I feel like I get the intention with the cord. Like, normally that works, but in a pitch black environment where you're supposed to use a flashlight, it doesn't hit as well. Like, having to, especially when you have to manage your flashlight power to begin with. I feel like that was a miss, a clear miss on the devs' part. At the very least, there should have been some lighting to a bit more lighting before it went to pitch black. Like, maybe at least a bit of lighting in the area, and then you kill the lighting when all the lighting when you start the events.
Oh my god. I hope it's still light out.
She says that with the flames right there, very funny. I do agree with it being like a fair mini climax with all the dark combat we've done leading up to that though.
It's still day. Let's get out of here.
It's locked. She can't believe it.
Can you see it? That's it. See if the crank still works. Come on, Gordon, crank that thing. Great. Okay, let's get to the train yard before the Citadel blows. Finally.
We're free. No more Alex. Back down. Okay. Well, how much do we need? More? Okay, that much. I see.
This City 17 vista is an explicit visual reward for surviving the elevator battle.
This is a really good transitionary screen.
Since early playtesters told us that we weren't communicating just how damaged the city was, this sweeping view of an extremely messed up City 17 serves a practical purpose, as well as being a nice moment of calm between storms. The framing of your first view of the Citadel in this vista space is very deliberate. We included various leading elements, such as wires and light poles, that all drive the player's eye to the Citadel.
One thing we try to do when we're integrating storytelling and gameplay, something that's become a hallmark of ours, is to include non-linear bits of narrative. Things that action-oriented players don't have to sit through, but that are available to players who want to learn more about the background of the story. Kleiner's broadcasts on the public address monitors are a good example of this method. Apart from the strong visual image of Dr. Kleiner replacing his former boss on the giant screens, his speech conveys a lot of dense information about the state of the world and how things have changed due to the events of Half-Life 2. We settled on this particular location for the Kleiner cast as one of the few logical places where players can watch in peace or move on to the next encounter. It's essentially a footnote embedded in the world, which makes this a footnote on a footnote.
Heyo. Hi, chillin'. Welcome to the Half-Life 2 Episode 1 for the final time. Or, well, hopefully, provided no net issues.
Later in the level, there's a Combine gunner protected behind some metal plates, just like the ones blocking the player's way here. We placed them here as a training tool to remind players that the gravity gun can grab and detach these things.
I guess it can be easy to forget some of these facets of something so unique like the gravity gun. That it's helpful to just have these constant interactables in a way that forces you to bring it out. I hate the paparazzi.
They're looking for something. Probably us.
The Kleiner recordings are very amusing to me. No, I'm dying of laughter, but like just yeah.
Repelling soldiers presented a difficult training problem because we found it's tough to focus the player's attention upward. This entire alley was carefully designed to ensure that the player would see the descending soldiers. First, we framed the soldiers with a straight line of buildings. Then we had them run across the rooftops so they were starkly silhouetted against the sky before they dropped down in front of the lightly colored buildings. Finally, we added a distinctive sound to the repelling action so that the players would recognize it later in the game. Repelling soldiers presented a difficult training problem because we found it's tough to focus.
I'm sorry, I wanted to freeze them in time again.
This entire alley was carefully designed to ensure that the player would see the descending soldiers. First, we framed the soldiers with a straight line of buildings. Then we had them run across the rooftops so they were starkly silhouetted against the sky before they dropped down in front of the lightly colored buildings. Finally, we added a distinctive sound to the repelling action so that the players would recognize it later in the game.
Hoping we'd get a bit farther before they noticed us again.
Repelling soldiers presented a
By the way,
difficult
this
training
is
problem
repelling
because
us.
we found-
Yeah. Okay. This one seems really straightforward, honestly. But it's also funny to think that with everything falling apart the way it is, they're still doing this kind of shit and they're not concerned with evacuating as well. But I mean, that also kind of makes sense to me. Like, they're kind of not, like they are both acting of their own will, but also kind of just they have no other choice. This is how they got to do things as the foot soldiers. Oh hey, this is the extended dev commentary? Aren't you like only like halfway through this episode? Yeah, but we're going pretty. I think we'll get through it. I think we'll get through it.
Character AI is all about putting on a good show. As we neared the end of production, we were still unhappy with the way that Alex handled herself in combat. The most common thing she did was run backwards before shooting at the enemies. It was fairly realistic, but kinda boring. So we added crouching and aiming at the last minute, and though it didn't really change her combat effectiveness in any functional way, it made her a whole lot more fun to watch. And this is a really good example of how these relatively minor presentation and behavior changes can often have a really major impact on entertainment value.
Hold on, I gotta close this damn thing. It's kind of distracting, actually. Hold on.
Character AI is all about
It
putting
was
on a good
realistic.
show.
We had crouching
As
and
we neared
aiming
end
at
of
the last
production, we were
minute.
Still unhappy with the way that Alex handled
No,
herself.
it didn't
in
change your
combat.
comic. Okay,
The
yeah.
most common thing she did was run backwards before shooting.
Yeah, that's one of those things where you just want to embellish the character, whether or not it adds anything mechanically. I respect and appreciate that they do have Alex is their baby, so of course they would go to that much trouble, right?
The post-Half-Life 2 look of City 17 was difficult to nail down and went through many changes. We wanted to establish several things, primarily that this was a different part of the same city with a slightly different atmosphere, and that it had been severely damaged. This street was a test bed for a lot of our visual design work. First, we built an intact city street, but then we beat up certain buildings, in some cases removing them entirely so that more destruction was visible in the distance. We did initial lighting pass in the game engine and then took screenshots of various locations. Using Photoshop, we manipulated those screenshots to establish a color scheme. Photoshop lets us quickly iterate through all kinds of skies, lighting styles, and color schemes. The environmental lighting colors that we ended up with were based on some photo references of the sun filtering through smoke from a forest fire. Some falling ash effects and a closer than usual fog plane helped sell the effect.
Let me just make sure I get absorbed all
The
that.
post-Half-Life 2 look of City 17
Iterate
was
through all
difficult to
kinds
nail
of
down,
skies,
and we
yeah,
went through
lighting
many
styles, color
changes.
schemes,
We
environmental
wanted to
lighting.
establish several things, primarily that this was
Photo
a different part of the
references,
same
yes.
city with a slightly different atmosphere, and that it
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You know, we just slowly chop away at things and then like add the destruction to what you chopped. I still wonder what's going on with these crushers fully. Like, I feel like they're designed to just completely pulverize human settlements as opposed to replacing them. Which these Combine sure are assholes, huh? But I guess also some of this is just war-torn in a sense from the Viva la Revolution. Imagine if we could rappel up, though. But yeah, this is the dev commentary. We did Half-Life 2 already. We're gonna do episode 1, then a little bit of Lost Coast, and then episode 2. I'm just barreling through it this whole week as best as I can, at least. It's very informative, as expected.
Trip mine traps are great, but they were sort of hard to justify given the total chaos of City 17. Even though we couldn't use trip mines a lot, they made sense in this interrupted ambush scene.
What?
Trip mine traps are great, but they were sort of hard to
Interrupted ambush, I see, yeah. This does feel weird to me. Like, I mean, I get them charging at us, but they're setting up traps too. Like, surely they have better ideas. The way they use like trip mines and claymores and stuff in the Half-Life series will always be funny to me though, because it's like, no matter their execution, like that like in Half-Life 1 and / Life Mesa, it's like, it's such an obscene amount of that in one specific section, and then just sporadically elsewhere.
Let's head upstairs.
Made for a fun challenge in that section, but yeah.
This explosion permanently seals the cafe door, which has a few
Oh.
benefits. From a design perspective, we
Oh.
found that when we limit the amount of backtracking players can do, it gives them confidence to venture forward. And from a practical standpoint, we can clean up the now unreachable entities, giving us a big reduction in overhead. It also helps to minimize potential bugs and exploits.
It makes sense. I don't like it, but in a I'm petty sense, I actually am okay with it. But like, you know, I love backtracking, but it also helps me from backtracking too far for no reason. So I guess in that way, I'm also grateful. Oh, she's dead!
Originally, the player didn't get any weapons until the end of this map, so roller mines were the only way to kill the soldiers. As we added more content to previous levels, it became impractical for players to be without a gun for so long.
Yeah, this is a bit long without a gun. Like I meant, like at the top side, like first going top side and then getting the guns would feel okay. Like, I don't know when the ideal place would be. Like, the place they settled on was fine, like, when, after Gordon goes to the vent, but, like, this is too far.
Result, players get weapons much earlier now.
I missed. Get his ass. Thank you. Get his ass. Thank you. Oh, don't get my ass. Okay.
Nice toss, Gordon. That sniper almost took my head off.
Yeah, we got everything, I think.
Let me climb up and take a look at what we're walking into.
Still feel a little drowsy for some reason. I got so much sleep. What the hell? I hate my body sometimes. Wake up, body. We're half-lifing. We're Gordon gaming.
You run point, okay? I'll cover you from up here till you reach the far end. When the coast is clear, I'll catch up. Okay, looks like I can get that ladder down to you. Let me shoot out the latch.
Oh, I forgot she actually does. I'm like thinking, can you shoot this for me?
Nope, guess I'm not.
Guess I'm just that good. Danger.
One of the primary design goals of Episode 1 was to convey the sense that Alex and the player are a team. This sniper sequence provides an opportunity for Alex to offer combat support in a cool new way. It also gives the player a chance to watch zombies get sniped up close and from various angles.
This section's solid. No strong feelings. I'm like neutral. But it does help. This is a good way of reinforcing Alex as an ally. And also, you don't have to worry about the snipers sniping you for a change. You know, that's a nice turnaround. Ah, fucking. I like how one gives me the gravity gun, since we don't have a crowbar. Welcome back, Shailen.
Players didn't have any weapons in the original version of this map. That made it a lot more important to remove the boards with a gravity gun so that Alex could snipe the zombies. Once weapons were added though, the Sky Bridge became less of a puzzle and more of a straightforward combat event. We added more zombies to increase the challenge, but pulling the boards off is still the most fun way to get through this section.
Yeah, this conveys itself pretty well. We good? Uh-oh. Who's shooting at me? Oh, right. I always forget that guy's there. Which is the point, I think. Can I have more HPs? I guess that's fine. No! No, you dick! Stop it. Oh, I got a good one there. Whoa, Nelly. Alright, Alex, waiting on you. About 2 games in the summer sale. Hopefully that's all I buy. I mean, the sale's over now, right? So you're free? Free from obligation? Obligation of, oh, thing cheap. Now's time. Not quite FOMO, since, you know, there will always be another sale, but the temptation. You good? I think we're good. Your turn?
Glad that's over.
What'd you buy? Version of RPG Maker. Those are always tempting. Shmup Maker, RPG Maker, etc., etc.
Just back on track for a meltdown. That transmission's going out.
Don't know, like, I have hard enough time playing games, so actually trying to fuck with one of those probably never happening, but it's fun. It's nice to know that those are always,
I'd like to find another way around these
that those be available.
but we really don't have time. Okay, let's get in. Come on.
Come on. I think it's over already, yeah. I resisted. Plenty of games for me to buy. I resisted. I want to play Signalis for October, but, oh, for fuck's sakes. The fucking... Alright. Alright. Out of my way, Alex. I have, now I have beef with this guy.
Our AI is inherently unscripted, which means that we have to design spaces that permit our characters to make good choices. The AI is better able to make intelligent decisions when there are alternate routes through a combat space.
I think we just broke about 50
This hallway started
combine
out as a straight-shot corridor with a door at the end for soldiers to enter through, but this design didn't provide the AI with enough choices to make the soldier behavior very interesting. Adding an additional space on the side allowed them to find cover and flank the player, both of which dramatically improved the entertainment value of this encounter.
Corridors can only do so much if you don't want to plop cover along it all the way, because that seems a bit forced to me. So yeah, it's and I just love my exploration, like little pathings, like even if it leads to nothing, I just love having these extra little flares. So true, so true. Yeah, I was like, if there was anything I was gonna buy, it was gonna be Signalis, but it'll be on sale before October, like I think, or at least at the start of October.
The first prototype of Episode 1's door blast effect was here in the Combine Garrison. Being peppered with chunks of wood while soldiers poured into the room through a haze of smoke proved to be an effective dramatic tool. It was also an excellent way to simultaneously ungate the player and flood the area with enemies. It was so unanimously successful in playtest that we ended up adding it in several places throughout the episode.
Yeah, they love this mechanic. It is very convenient because it serves so many purposes all at once. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And unlike random as trip mines, this one also makes sense as the kind of tactic they would use, even though they should be getting the fuck out of here. Just breaching through any potential rooms that we may be lurking in. Oh, we got a hunter. No, not a hunter. Antlion Guardian fight coming up, I think. V6. I should just say V6 and crosscode. Waiting a long time. Finally got them since they were games they were up there. Games on my shortlist. Said shortlist, of course, being ones with AP support. Aha. Right. That's true, actually. I will never play V6, I think. Like, it definitely feels like a game I should have played back in the day, but, no thank you at this point. Wait, does this lead out there? Yes, but also no. Okay. Crosscode is a game I need to play someday. I own it via one of the itch bundles, so I don't know if I would ever buy the Steam version. Funny because it was coming up as I was watching GoToStreamer today even. Apparently, it's in some ways Chrono adjacent. I think gameplay wise maybe. I don't know. I don't know the comparisons. I wasn't paying attention. Or I was trying not to pay attention to those.
Really felt that we needed a combat crescendo. Antlion guards make great boss challenges, and we decided to add some combat forces to the mix because watching AI characters fight each other is always entertaining. This setup had a few other benefits as well. Since players had previously only fought alone against the guards, this was the first time they'd actually witnessed secondhand the effects of a guard headbutt. They'd also see an APC in action, and in case there was any doubt, get definite proof that Combine soldiers and Antlion guards don't get along, underscoring the collapse of Combine dominance in City 17.
Oh, that's okay. Narratively, I see what you're saying. Combine had such a lockdown on the city before now, but since we've caused so many problems, that is no longer the case. I guess, right, they don't even, they gloss over it, like they say it, but like in such a blink and you miss it manner, like the antlions that are all over the beaches could also impact the cities, but they accounted for that, and now those systems are all failing, right? Yo, the spin though. Here, is there a third one?
Antlion guard arenas have a few specific design requirements. For instance, since the guard is only armed with a melee attack, we can't let the player reach any place that's inaccessible to the guard, such as rooftops and other high perches, that the player can only arrive at after being launched by a guard headbutt. The arenas also need plenty of physics objects for the guard to toss, and at least one unlimited ammo crate, so that the player can't run out of ammunition before killing the guard. For this battle, we also introduced a steady stream of regular antlions to limit the player's ability to constantly circle the antlion guard.
You know, I never noticed that with the infinite ammo being there. I guess that makes sense, yeah. Like, I knew that was there, I just didn't think, oh, that's so you can defeat boss. But to me, you could defeat boss by using gravity gun. Who cares about ammo when I could just hurl a barrel at the dude for 50, however many attempts it takes to do so to kill him? That's it for this area. We move on. We carry on. Oh my god. Not the paparazzi. Okay.
In early versions of this area, there was no side passage off the street, and the gash in the road was created by the gunship that the player later fights in the hospital attic. As development progressed, however, gameplay, story, and performance requirements made this initial design unworkable. The new side passage provided a short break in the combat tension after the boss battle, and also helped us stay within our performance budget.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been cool if they could have done it that way, but that's fair that they didn't. Like, just be like, okay, you just took down the antlion, now here's the gunship, right around the corner. Like, it just shows you just how much more excessive things are getting and progressing in terms of general difficulty and the chaos ensuing as things continue to fall apart more and more. So I see the idea narratively as even if that was not possible for them to do it in the end. Oh, we have a little mini tripline room right here. I forgot. We just did this and I forgot.
Your vent crawling skills seem to be in high demand today, Gordon.
Haha, my lampshade. Thank you for holding it. Okay. Do I have grenades? I do have grenades. Will that set it off? Oh, it will! Oh! I didn't know you could do that. There was... Yeah, that just kind of goes... Yeah. Played it and feels good. Control-wise, a lot of influences. Does have an angled look of Chrono or Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. For some reason, it's a machine gun meme came to mind as I watched Drew semi-auto fire that machine gun. Do I know that meme?
After the Antlion Guard fight,
If I do, it's
testers were
escaping me
reporting
right
some
this
combat
second.
fatigue. We decided to include an environmental puzzle here to break up the pacing before the subsequent street battle. We originally worried that a densely packed room full of hopper mines, trip mines, and explosive barrels was a little too implausible, but playtesters loved the sudden reveal of the room and then enjoyed navigating it, so this ended up being another case where we accepted a trade-off between fun and maintaining a strictly consistent fiction.
Seeing them set up the handful of mines is less effective than seeing just a room we blunder into that's loaded with them to begin with. So, but that might just be me. But I think this is more effective than the earlier section in that regard.
At one point, this was the site of a physically simulated elevator puzzle. It was kind of neat, but it caused a lot of problems in playtests. Even though the puzzle mostly obeyed the laws of physics, it wasn't all in line with the way we had trained players to expect elevators to work in our world. We considered adding some earlier training to support it, but quickly abandoned the idea in favor of a redesign that was more immediately understandable while still being fun.
Oh, fuck. Wait, can't that just... Uh-oh. There we go. Okay, there's a dude over here. Dude downed. Alright, and that's that. Oh, well, there's nothing in the water. That's the only one in the shaft. Okay. It's a machine gun. When I think of machine gun, I think of Corona, but that's definitely not what you're referring to, I'm pretty sure. Oh, fucking... Oh, I have a machine gun. Ho, ho, ho. That's not the meme either. That's just Die Hard. What? Another one showed up? Oh. So true. Can I get them from here? I wish to blow them up. Yes. Yes. Oh, I get closer to them. Well, shit. Oh well. Oh well. We're pretty far in, I think. I forget the exact trajectory of the level developments. Oh. I'm alive. Too early. Too early. Too early. Finding myself in that room of minds amused me. Yeah, it's something of a joke, right? It is a that one gets a slight chuckle. All right, let's try that. Let's just wait. I'm surprised at how much I remember of this game. I find it so hard to remember off the top of my head, but if I see it, it feels familiar. Yeah, it's hard to keep this game in my head right now. Some parts of it for sure. Like the train or the car sections or the train sections or the boat sections, Nova Prospect. My head is just perpetually in a couple different games right now. In a sense, I'm gonna like flush this game from my memories. Not really. From my current like thought thinking process once I'm done with it. Which will also help me in a sense, because my mind is being torn between being torn between too many games in the last couple months. I was not thinking about Void Stranger at all this week, thankfully, but that's also because I'm like mostly watching a Death Stranding playthrough. That's kind of the thing in my head right now the most. Death Stranding 2 specifically. You good? Oh, right. Doo-doo. Alright, let's do this. I already missed Void Stranger. We'll be back to Void Stranger. No commentary. We go up first? Yeah. Alright. Go over there. Back up. Are you gonna? You suck. Where are you? Coming in. Ooh, right. This is here. Best weapon. After grab. AG after grab. She's gotta fuck with something, right? Did you fuck with it already? No, I gotta fuck with it. My bad. Sorry, Alex. Didn't mean to impose. Now I go this way. Oh, okay. We're over here now. Okay, well that's fine too. How did that miss you? There we go. Ooh. We're good. Oh, and then the hospital. I remember the hospital. Color theory. The It's a Machine Gun meme involves soldier saying that to the German who was using for semi-auto shots instead of holding down the trigger. Then the German guy tries full auto. It ends with him smiling. Ah, not familiar with that one. Some memes elude even me. Oh.
More of them coming.
Okay. No commentary? No commentary. We leave. We move on. We carry on.
Wait for me.
The grenade, dude. The dude with the grenade was so smart, actually. Okay, I got okay. Too messy. Too messy. Lock it in.
Hey, it's Freeman. You're not leaving without me.
All good. All right, let's go say hi to. Let's go say hi to Barney.
Hey, over here!
No commentary. I'm here.
What are you still doing here? Everyone should clear out of the city.
The Combine's not making
Are their clothes more tattered than they were in Half-Life 2?
it easy. We're trying to get enough people together to force our way through to the train station.
I don't remember.
People are meeting up in a safe house nearby.
This seems the same.
You bet. Let's go. This way.
Commentaries? No. We did it. We've won.
It's me. Open the door.
What's the password?
I'm not even gonna tell you to shut up.
Come on in.
Previously, certain protein chains important to the process of embryonic development were selectively prevented from forming. This is no longer the case. For those so inclined,
Okay, yeah, obviously we're not doing that. But we could if we wanted to. Ha 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 ha.
Hey, it's me. Open the door.
With different music over it. I see, I see.
Password.
I'm not even gonna tell you to shut up.
Come on in.
previously, certain protein chains important to the process of embryonic development were selectively prevented from forming.
You're Kleiner's daughter,
No
right?
longer the case. For those so inclined, now would be an excellent time for.
Is she fucking with him? I just realized the significance of saying my dad's a Tessa Cubbage.
Procreation, which is to say, in layman's terms,
Is Dr. Kleiner really telling everyone to get busy?
we must make the most of the time we have, as it is by no means certain how much time we have secured ourselves before the Combine attempt to restore their dominion, as they certainly shall. Since this is, in fact, the first opportunity we have had to speak openly of the baleful influence of the Combine, there is much ground to cover. To institute a series of
Let's find another way up.
the days ahead. However, for now we will have to content ourselves
All you, Alex.
with eager exposition. The destabilization of the city center
Ow.
although we hardly dared speak this over.
I guess Combine zombies are another blatant bit of evidence that the Combine are losing this fight. At least at the local level.
This space was designed to lure players onto a section of breakable floor that drops them into a room full of zombies. Players are enticed into the trap by some reward items and a chance to peek in the hole. We like to surprise players, but we never want them to feel like they've been treated unfairly.
To re-establish lines of communication and supply with the larger forces. Even so, there is greater reason for hope now than at any time in the
I met Odessa Cubbage
Twitch one time. What an idiot.
Between you and me, I don't trust those border guns.
I blame Black Mesa.
Everybody's problem but ours.
Dr. Kleiner says we can mate now. Not that I needed his permission.
What idiot put Kleiner in charge?
Sometimes I think everybody's a doctor but me.
Everything you do seems to make things worse.
That's a good line.
It used to be safer here.
We're sitting ducks in here. Or maybe fish in a barrel. Anyway, it's not good.
I hear it's a lot better out in the country.
You done? So yeah, that they're not done.
I don't miss Dr. Breen, but I do miss his show. Remember when he had the jugglers on?
This is gonna sound crazy, but I kind of miss the Combine.
Somehow I thought things would be better by
I
now.
guess in the context of Combine over antlion infestations and headcrab infestation getting worse, then I'm willing to hear your complaints, but I'm not going to agree with them. I'm at least willing to hear your complaints, if that's the case. But yeah, this kind of stuff can be annoying, but the reward of going back and then suddenly having all this fun little flavor dialogue makes it okay to me. All right, Barney.
Gordon, Alex, I don't believe it. How the hell did you get out of the Citadel?
We're not exactly sure. All I know
Barney,
is the
like Dr.
Vortigoths
Kleiner,
had something to
is
do
one
with
of the
it.
characters with the deepest
about
roots
you,
in
Barney?
Half-Life 1.
I'm doing
His
okay,
personality
just
is more
going
iconic
crazy
and
trying to
retains
find
more of
us.
the comic stylization of the first game. This type of character allows us to mix
hell,
up the mood a
Gordon,
little bit,
were you
to
followed
inject
again?
some absurd humor
stole
into
some
the otherwise
information
grim
from the Citadel
scenarios
on our
of the
way
Half-Life universe.
I don't know
While
what it
characters
is
such as
yet,
Alex and Eli
but it's
Vance
important
have
enough
allowed
that
us
they've
to
been hounding
explore
us
more
the whole way
realistic
here.
dramatic possibilities,
puts the pressure
we're still
on.
very
We
much
gotta get
attached to our
moving.
roots in
You
satire
guys
and
know
black
about the
humor.
evacuation
We all
train,
love
right?
Barney.
Well, we've been planning
Barney's
to make
big
a push on the
crowbar
train
scene here
station.
required a
Now
few
it looks
tricks
like
to
we're
pull
gonna have
off.
to cut a path through every
There are actually
chicken
3
shit
separate
Metropolitans
crowbar
having
models in this
second thoughts
sequence.
about defending City
First, there's the one stuck in the
Gordon
machine.
and I took a separate
When
route,
Barney
we
grabs
could draw
that
the
one,
Combine
we
away
remove
from
it from the world and switch on a second crowbar that's been in Barney's hand the entire time, only invisible. Both
What?
of these models are purely decorative, so as soon as Barney makes his tossing motion, we hide the second crowbar and create a third usable crowbar that then bounces to the ground.
Oh, that's so funny, actually. What the fuck?
Everyone has been waiting. We'll meet you there.
Sounds good. Let's go.
Hey, Gordon, before you go, I was getting tired of carrying this around. Listen, I don't have many more of these, so try not to lose this one, okay?
I don't dream anymore.
Go on across, Gordon. She's waiting for you. You lucky dog, you.
That's very funny. Now that's commentary right there.
See you at the station.
See ya, Barney. The crowbar will always be satisfying to use so long as there's head crabs. Okay, where are we at? Ow. And hidden dialogue. My beloved. Always something to catch on a subsequent playthrough or watch. Always something new to see, whether or not it's an intended thing to see, or just like, what the fuck is player doing? Okay, now. Okay, you can stop now. Good. I'm glad we agreed. Alright, so this will lead us to the next airship fight. I forgot what's after this. I just know that we end with the escort mission and then the Strider.
Keep an eye out for medical supplies.
Whenever possible, we like to foreshadow impending boss battles by introducing the enemy before the actual fight.
Oh, that makes sense.
You know you're going to be seeing that gunship again pretty soon.
That's another one of those Gaming 101 kind of ideas. To me, anyway.
Good shooting.
Baleful shadows. I'm stuck on the fucking bench! Nothing in here. Oh, we're already there. Okay.
Instead of letting the gunship AI have its own way here, you force the ship to crash right into the attic. It's a dramatic payoff for winning the battle, and it gives players an opportunity to examine a gunship up close at their leisure.
Okay, where are you? Oh my god. It's you can really distract it with the rockets.
Wow! I mean, that was... Jesus, Gordon, you're a real terror. Think it's dead?
Sometimes I'm okay with. I think as long as it's not too out of place, it is satisfying to have it fall in a specific way. A big kind of enemy like this. Oh yeah, I'll hit it with my crowbar. Don't worry. Oh, this coating is shinier than I thought. Actually, what the hell? What the hell? Okay. Their dominance.
We designed this gunship battle to create a dynamic, evolving experience, while still keeping the player within a constrained area. Initially, the space is pretty straightforward, and provides plenty of cover. As the environment gets progressively more damaged, combat becomes more challenging. Players are increasingly open to enemy fire, and the path to the rocket crate becomes more difficult to navigate. As the roof breaks apart, however, the gunship also becomes more visible, and therefore easier to hit, keeping things relatively in balance. The lighting in this area was tuned to play off of the HDR tone mapping effects between the dark inner spaces and the progressively open, bright sky above.
That thing was so hard to put down the first time, but now that I know how to actually use the rocket launcher against it, not too bad, not too bad. Pretty good set piece. Maybe episode 1 isn't as bad as I was thinking in my mind, but I still think the other episodes do more. You're okay. Least favorite is definitely the word I would use. Still good.
The hospital was a completely new interior space that we had to design pretty much from scratch. Like most of City 17's visuals, it was inspired by Eastern European architecture. The surgery lamps and the overall white and yellow color scheme were drawn from photos of a hospital in Chernobyl. The tilework and the high
Chernobyl?
archways were chosen to give the area the institutional feel of an old European hospital, and the beds were based on some World War II images. In fact, we avoided modern-looking fixtures and furniture altogether in order to differentiate the place from a contemporary hospital.
Could be better, could be worse. Could be better, could be worse. Thinking about the quote from the show. That show was pretty good. That miniseries.
We designed this area to be an entertaining showcase for NPC combat. Because of our dynamic AI, these kinds of battles never really play out the same way twice. Players often like to sit back, watch the show, and then dive into the fray at their own discretion. We also felt it was time to introduce a new combat ability for Alex, so we gave her a shotgun here. Not only are shotguns terrific for zombie hunting, their size and ponderous handling characteristics make for some great combat animations.
I should let her get grabbed by one, is what you're saying? Alright. Everything must... Ideally, everything will always have physics, even after death. To me, that's the ideal, at least. Oh, fuck. Oh, nice. Here, you can handle him. You're so good. Pardon me. Pardon me. These are the poison ones. Okay, I just realized that. Ow. Do I have Magnum yet? No. Fuck. That mine got me a gun.
The door-banging zombies were supposed to give players a safe glimpse of the threat they'd have to face later in the level. In the original design, players couldn't open the doors. The zombies would burst through on their own after the player had done a little exploring. We abandoned that plan when many playtesters exhibited a pretty much single-minded fascination with opening the door as soon as they saw it. We made the door openable, though if players ignore it, the zombies will eventually break it down themselves. The door-banging zombies were supposed to give players a safe glimpse of the threat they'd have to face later.
Oh, I see. Did I do that before? Nice. Oh, there's dudes in there. I remember. Okay, crossbow. Crossbow. There we go. How did you... Okay, that's unacceptable. Dodging 1, fine. Dodging 2. Ow. Alright, that's fine.
To make the set of empty corridors look like a hospital, we chose some iconic hospital props that could be used multiple times throughout the level. Then we built the models with details, multiple skins, and vertical and horizontal elements that would be visually interesting in the space.
No more of that, thank you. Oh yeah, I remember now. Oh.
Too much of the same type of uninterrupted gameplay causes fatigue. Through repeated playtests, we learned that by the time players reached this part of the hospital, they were ready for a break from the intense combat. In response to that feedback, we inserted this relatively calm exploration puzzle as a change of pace. It gives players a respite from combat while still presenting them with an interesting challenge.
Oh! Oh. I'm supposed to use that to keep this from going... Oh. Why would I do that when I could just do this, though? Oh! Oh, okay, that's no good, though.
Too much of the same type of uninterrupted gameplay causes fatigue. Through repeated playtests, we learned that...
So true, those repeated playtests. How did that... Okay, come on. Come on. No, give it. Aha! I win. Alright, well, let's do this puzzle the intended way then, shall we? Never did that the intended way before now. First time. I thought that was just meant to be something I jump onto. I'm supposed to jump like this. I see. I fucking fell, though. Fuck. Oh my god, I'm going to end your career. Okay. Now we jump here. Now... I understand now. What the fuck? I was barely in there! Fuck you, I'll take that hit. Okay, where are we? Stop it. You stop it too. You stop at 3.
Down there, Gordon. I got a bit swamped.
It's not a swamp.
I see you did all right without me.
Okay, these are all dead. There may be too many of these right now.
Here they come. They're through the door.
Hold the door. Oh, that's a lot. Hold on. Here we go. That could not have gone better. Oh, right, we have these. You fucking asshole! Where? Okay, you're dead too. There we go. Now nobody will interrupt us while we do something. I think we're done here. No commentaries. No commentaries. Sabik, get some help from my pellets. I have a steady diet of shotgun pellets in your breakfast.
What kind of hospital is this?
We'll never know. And this is one of those things where I just can't tell. Like, I guess the Combine we're doing shit here is the answer. But, like, why, how, etc. Oh, this part. You can blow them in half? I did not know that. I did not. Alright,
What you're seeing here is a visual representation of a node graph, a set of nodes and all the connections between them. The node graph is used by NPCs to figure out how to move around the world. It's not really a specific set of instructions, but rather a sort of information repository. Among other things, NPCs use the node graph to dynamically chart paths to distant areas, find cover, or scout out firing positions with a clear line of sight to their enemy.
Ah.
This turret scenario was designed to showcase Alex's ability to provide cover for players in combat. She always hangs back a little, blasting anything that moves. In the original version, players could knock over lightning-protected turrets with a single rocket, fired from the safe end of the corridor. We thought it'd be a nice way for players to feel like they pulled one over on the Combine. Unfortunately, playtesters routinely thought that they'd discovered a bug, or, at best, an exploit that had arisen from sloppy design. So in this case, a situation we deliberately created to make the players feel clever actually caused them to think we weren't doing our job very well. As a result of this feedback, we added a force field and additional grating to better protect the turrets.
That's an interesting development. That's definitely probably something I would imagine saying or thinking. Would it be though? Let me think. I'm trying to put myself in those shoes. So like, imagine this gate's not here and the turrets are just there with a well-positioned rocket. It feels a little too straightforward, that's for sure. Like, I'm not too crazy about the endless enemies until you push into each of these rooms. It feels endless. Maybe it's not. We could check that real quick, maybe, unless I saved already. I saved already, alright. It feels like they're endless, though, until you, like, charge into the rooms, which I don't like. But I do like the idea of pressing up slowly until we're in a good position to do something about this. Oh, that seals the door, even. I forgot that, somehow. Okay. That does feel better, though. That does feel better. So the testers were on to something in a sense, just with the wrong idea when they reported thing.
At any rate, the train station.
Oh, we're here.
As a matter of great urgency, if you find yourself still within the confines of City 17, you are well advised.
They're onto us. Better
We
find
wanted
Harley
players
and
to realize that they've been spotted and the Combine are now aware of their arrival at the train station. It sounds like a simple task, but it actually took a lot of thought to draw the player's attention to the various events that communicate this message. First, a train horn sounds, which gives Alex an opportunity to mention that the station is in sight. Next, the lights go off to grab the player's attention and to make the monitors stand out in the dark. At this point, the player should be looking at one of the monitors, so finally the Kleiner transmission is interrupted briefly by a Combine advisor. Originally, the advisor appeared on a Jumbotron outside, but we were never able to reliably make playtesters look at it. The flashing Combine camera should also provide some indication that trouble is brewing. Though it's not a proper gate, the zombie draped over the exit is designed to slow the player down just long enough for Alex to finish her lines.
It works. It works. Good job, devs. When I come in here, you should tell me to go the fuck to sleep. Every time?
Originally, Barney started off in this map in the doorway down by the citizens, but playtesters tended to wander around for a while before stumbling across him. We moved him up here to guarantee that his scene with Alex would unfold before players began any exploration. He's standing over a dead Metro cop because it's a plausible-looking long-term activity, in case players don't move directly down to him. Nearby reward items also tend to draw players toward him.
Wait, what?
Originally, Barney
Plausible-looking long-term
down by the
activity.
citizens, but playtesters tended to wander around for a while before stumbling across him. We moved him up here.
Oh, you mean he's here. I see what you mean. Yeah, I definitely would have just wandered around and faffed about for like 20 minutes before realizing what I had to do, I think. Pretty much. Well, go to fuck to sleep then. It's only midnight. Oh, after me. Ignore the yawns. I'm not tired, I swear. I'm not tired. I'm just, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Maybe I watched too much Twitch earlier. And that fatigue, that fatigued my brain a little bit. But I'm not tired, I swear.
Here we wanted to include something a little different, an escort mission. Most of our gameplay involves constant forward motion, so we wanted to design a situation where players would fight through the same basic area multiple times. This temporary backtracking would create a series of encounters where players had a full tactical awareness of their surroundings. Once again, all of this turned out to be more easily said than done, and this sequence went through a lot of iterations. Originally, the train yard was one big space. This approach had a couple of problems. Since players had a constant unbroken view of the entire area, it was virtually impossible to maneuver enemies into position for stage combat events, and because they could always see the goal, players didn't get much of a sense that they were leading citizens somewhere the citizens couldn't get to on their own. Ultimately, we broke the environment into two different spaces, a parking lot and a maintenance building. Because neither area can be seen from the other, we're able to repopulate the spaces with new, more deadly combinations of enemies while the player isn't looking. It also makes the journey feel lengthier and more significant.
I'm not crazy about this section of the game, but I do appreciate that as you progress in the back and forth, things deteriorate a little, at least to an extent, environmental-wise. Oh, these are usable. Usable and abusable. Ayo. Get those out right now, I guess. Anything else worth doing over here? Hi, Barney.
Defend the citizens. Get them to the trains.
That's a good smirk. Excuse me. Citizens. All armed to the teeth. Do we still call those citizens? Yeah, we'll leave that there. We can break it later. We're pretty good on resources right this second. Let's hard save, I guess. I'm not tired. You're tired, damn. 1:30 here? That's still early. I am not a good metric. I am not a good metric. That is a good go to sleep time though. I agree. What did they mean by this? From the monkey to the human to the combine? No. No, I don't agree with that at all. I don't agree with that at all.
We wrestled with the problem of plausibly repopulating this area with soldiers between each trip. After several iterations, we decided to have the soldiers jump in through some high windows. This solution has several advantages beyond maintaining incredible fiction. It makes the incoming enemies more immediately visible, and, since the windows are unreachable from the ground, players aren't able to exit through them. Plus, leaping soldiers turn into tumbling ragdolls when shot, which is always entertaining.
I didn't think about this until just now, but it does kind of, not exactly one-to-one, but like the way that the Combine are rappelling down throughout the episode, leading to them coming through the windows up there, it's not like the same one-to-one kind of thing, but like it shows that they're like all across the upper positions of the city, or at least a shit ton of them are. Which just keeps it, that kind of enemy deployment consistent. What they're doing up there, I guess they're getting dropped off by the ships, the drop ships. Sometimes they do drop them off on street level a lot of the time, but it makes sense to drop them off in a more tactical advantage kind of locale, like that. Whether or not that was their intention or not.
Doing good. Well, that wasn't so hard. We should have brought everyone over at once.
So true. Why didn't we do that, Barney? Oh, here's our Magnum. Okay. I will do a quick be right back, and then we will plow through the rest of this episode, and maybe even Lost Coast. I feel like we have enough time and energy for that tonight. Also, have a good night, Fims. Assuming you are able to... Don't tell me what to do. Go to get some rest. Also, it is thundering outside. That was thunder I heard earlier. Ooh. It's Rain World. Literally Rain World. Part of me wants to even start episode 2 today, but I should limit... I should keep it all nice and split off into its own session, I think. Which I'm assuming will take 2 sessions, maybe. It could take 1, but I don't think so. I'll be going to sleep too soon. I mean, I'm not going to sleep myself, but yes, I guess in the case of Pims and you as well, and anybody else who's going to sleep tonight. Nobody should watch me. You should all be asleep. That's a lie. I enjoy some company. Not required. There's crates in here?
Okay, run this group of citizens over to the train.
Alright, where are we? Are these rockets here? Yeah, they are. What? You fucking... Why not just use a rocket launcher? And you're right. Oh, fucking... Was it always 2 people, or did some die? Oops. Oh, that was satisfying. Oh, that was satisfying. Okay. No more fun. Did you know fun is limited?
Hurry up, people!
What the hell did I mean?
Keep your heads
That was
down.
a close one.
Turn in your fun tokens. You are allowed 1 fun per hour. Never fun.
Okay, they're safe. Go for another group.
I can't believe I might actually be finished this week with Half-Life. It's been such a... How many hours? Like, at least... Like, collectively with all the other games, it's been like 300 hours, I think. This will definitely have been one of my longest stream tangents. Up there with Noida and Rain World. Oh, I mean, nothing compares to Rain World, but like, it's at least comparable to Noida almost at this point. It's a little cheating in the sense that it's a whole series. But, can you fucking... Thank you. And then this guy is gonna take forever. God damn it. Once we get back to that. Oh, who dare? Who dare? Where is it? There it is. Okay, you... I missed. Got him. Ooh, he's on fire. That one hurt. Okay, who's... Okay, there's gonna be... Is there another trip mine over here? They're pranking me? No, they're not.
Fantastic ass kicking, Doc.
Oh, you fucking dodged it!
Combine!
Oh my god, I'm doing awful. We good? Pardon? Alright. Why don't I use my crossbow? Alright, everybody get in. They don't know how to follow me. God damn it. Limitations, limitations. Do I have to... Brother, sister. You can do it. I believe in you.
If I ever get my hands on Dr. Breen.
Bro, he's dead. You want his corpse?
We've got you covered.
I don't think there's anything left of that.
Thanks, Freeman.
Hurry up, people!
Do they know he's dead? Or is that an oversight from the devs?
Keep your heads down. It was touch and go.
Ah, fucking. How did it... Oh, okay.
Another group of citizens, Gordon.
I feel like Kleiner mentioned it, maybe. Where are you going? You fucking... There we go. There we go. Not secure, does not begin to cover what we're at right now. There's one in... What? There's a fuck... Why is there a flare in here? Oh, that's a bolt. Okay. Oh, okay. Hold on, I'll be right with you. How are you not dead? Okay, who else is gonna... That one sounded like it hurt. What the hell? Okay. We all dead now? Any more crates, actually? Now I'm, like, feeling like I missed one or two. Like, I keep missing them. They keep missing me. Missed connection. Oh, you're just respawning now. Dude. It keeps happening. Okay, are we good? We're good. We can leave.
Now that's the Gordon Freeman I know.
Okay, what are we doing? Oh! I fucking hit him. I swear to God I hit him. That's what I'm saying. Oh. Wait, hold on. I don't have any! Alright. We have... How many bolts do we have? We have... Oh, we have a decent amount, actually. Okay, hold on a minute. Ow.
We've got you covered.
We made it.
Go.
Here, have a med kit.
Go. Please go. You dick. Okay. Whatever, I'll take those losses. It feels so bad losing a good bit of ammo like that, though. But sometimes I'm willing to concede it. Concede over conceit. Okay, that one's on me. Okay, Free? Are we free, man?
To the trains, people! We'll make sure you get there safe and sound.
Surely we didn't lose anyone in all that. Why are we doing 2 at a time? Actually, I wonder if it's a hard mode flavor. Okay, whatever, dude. Wait, I want those rockets. Shit. I forgot, we gotta fight the Strider. Alright, ignore that, ignore all that. Alright, come on. We gotta go. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Sorry. Let's go. Oh no. Okay, we're good.
Hurry up, people! I thought we'd never make it.
They really help make sure you're never in a bad situation. I wonder how that would go with doing the newer Dooms. Now that I think about it.
That should keep them off our backs for a while.
Probably not as well. Who knows?
Go on, Barney. They're not after you.
Some games are designed around limitations, and some games are not. You know, this is not be limited by limited in ammo. Don't do that. This is not that kind of series.
Open up this next track.
All right, Barney. See you never. This is it. Unless in 2025 Game Awards show, Half-Life 3 confirmed.
All right, you two. I'll see you out there.
Just some tough goodbyes.
We needed a train station, but we didn't want something that was too similar to the one in Half-Life 2. We decided to give this station a more industrial look, to make it a place where trains were repaired and freight was offloaded. We included some Combine elements to help explain why the Strider can't fire through the various strategic barricades required by the game design.
Yeah, I'm glad this is a different look and feel to the
We separate
other
Alex
one.
from the player here to make the Strider battle a more intimate combat experience. While we generally want Alex to be useful to the player,
Let's keep going.
bosses tend to require a specific combat style to beat, and we found that it usually doesn't make gameplay sense to keep her around. Plus, boss battles are the player's big hero moments, and having too much help dilutes a sense of individual accomplishment. Alex more or less sits out all of our bosses.
Yeah, that's another one of those gameplay 101 moments. Okay, we're good.
For this climactic battle, we created a new AI that makes the Strider a more interesting opponent. It has a snappier cannon launcher, can better track the player's movements, and it now has the ability to target the environment in dangerous ways. For instance, its cannon fire can shove heavy shipping containers straight to the player.
Yeah, this is a good way of doing that. As opposed to the Strider Onslaughts, making it a more specific target and fight. Though I definitely kind of don't handle it well. I forget if these guys are infinitely respawning.
This shipping container used to be accessible only after the player destroyed a padlock. Given the amount of stress during this part of the game, even a simple puzzle, in this case, destroying a lock, would be completely missed by the player. In the end, we felt like the arena we had built for the player to fight the Strider was fun enough without this added element, so we removed it.
True. Good choice. Good choice. First game has a couple chapters that can go for a considerable amount of time without any ammo, so they have to be conservative. Yeah, they do limit it at the start of this episode too, intentionally, which makes sense. Ravenholm is ammo conservative in a sense that you have you just get the gravity gun, so that's another reason why. Like, there are never bad reasons why the ammo is limited at all in this game. Oh, that jostled those open, did it?
We often use goodies, such as this crate and the scanner battery around the corner, to guide players along a preset route. We want players to hit their marks during the battle without drawing attention to the fact that they're being subtly manipulated down a particular path.
Where's the dude? My dude, where'd you go? Ow.
We wanted to keep the tension high in this fight, but we also realized the players would need some cover. We constructed the panels satisfied both those design goals. Effectively, they're kind of shelters. Players can hide behind the panels, but the Strider will target them until they're destroyed. This gives the players brief periods of safety, during which they can plan their next move.
That did a little too much damage, maybe? Ah, fucking... You know what, that's fine. That's not fine. Alright. What the... I thought I was holding shift, my bad. We're live.
We noticed during playtesting that players were often too afraid of the Strider's weapons to stand in front of it and fire rockets. This was kind of a problem because rockets are virtually the only way to kill a Strider. To help players, we modified the Strider's AI so that a player launched rockets would significantly delay the Strider's attack. This battle of reflexes lets players guide their missiles with safety, as long as they get their shot off before the Strider does.
I'm trying to remember how this played out in the first couple of attempts. I definitely feel like it locks on a little too easily, but I'm also playing on hard, so it's hard to gauge that. So it's probably fine. It's definitely fine for easy and normal, I'm imagining. Okay, so...
Along with Vistas, positive feedback from Alex is one of our primary means of rewarding players. In this case, Alex's excitement over the Strider's destruction adds a sense of closure to the battle, and gives players the satisfaction that someone witnessed and appreciated their heroics.
Witness me. Witness me. Alex being a cheerleader, I'm all for that.
The train the player rides out of City 17 had two major design goals. It had to visually connect the end of Episode 1 to the beginning of Episode 2, and it also needed to address the functional gameplay requirements of the second episode. Using reference material we collected on European train cars from the 1980s, we built a basic version of the train that level designers could test. Once we got the thumbs up from them, we added textures and lots of little details. The result is basically a caboose, combined with rounder, more streamlined elements from a passenger car.
And the last one.
Apart from being a big visual payoff to the episode, there were several story requirements that this ending sequence needed to convey. It had to make it very clear that the Citadel was destroyed, that the Citadel pods had escaped, and it needed to imply that the data transmission beam was streaming out of the ruins.
Here we go.
We discovered that Alex had to be mostly silent during the scene, or else players tended to look at her instead of all the chaos around them.
Yep, that's true. I think I forgot how much I looked at it. Okay, like this also draws my attention away from Alex. Not that they mentioned that in the commentary. And it's like, oh look.
Oh my god, the transmission's going out.
Ah! Sorry for the flashbang. How many of these are there? At least a dozen, right? Shoot it! It's going too fast. Alright, well played. That is kind of funny, you're right. Alright, we'll let the credits play out. I mean, she is a cheerleader. She's there for one-liners and cheerleading and Expedition. She does have some characterization going for her, but it gets a little... I do feel like episode 1 doesn't treat Alex respectfully sometimes. But, you know, it is what it is. And it is what it is. Surely she has a better treatment in Half-Life Alex. Episode 2 was pretty good, too, I think. We will see again. Well, next session. When a video game gives you more recognition than in some real-life context. Shaking my head. Yeah. That's what the achievements are for, too, though, right? The achievements are essentially a thumbs up. Death Stranding's very funny. Oh god, I'm thinking about Death Stranding again. Death Stranding's all about the affirmations. We never met this guy. Where was he? Oh right, it's gonna be a preview of episode 2 here. I forgot about that. Coming soon. Oh, I don't know if I... No, I looked away the first time. I remember now.
This is more than anyone can bear, but we will
because I didn't want to get spoiled. So this is actually my first time seeing this.
We're done running. This is our chance to take back our world. We're not going to lose it a second time.
40s. We did it. It's over. Well, I haven't seen this one yet. What the hell? This is cool. Having the car right there, ready to go. Alright. Assuming it's not like bogged down with 50 commentaries, let's do Lost Coast real quick. Where is it? Oh, hey, buddy. So, new game, commentary. This is going to be like a 15-minute thing, I presume, at most.
Hi, this is Gabe Newell, and welcome to the Lost Coast. In this tour, we're going to be talking about a new graphics technology we've been developing called High Dynamic Range, or HDR. We'll also be giving you some insight into the design and production challenges we faced during the construction of the Lost Coast. First, a quick explanation of the commentary system. To listen to a commentary node, put your crosshair over the floating commentary symbol and press your use key. To stop the Hi, this is Gabe
fuck.
Newell.
Sorry, I cut him off.
Welcome
To stop the commentary, put your crosshair over the
In this
rotating
tour,
use
we're gonna
key. Some
be talking
commentary
about
knows
a
to take
new
control.
graphics technology
It's the
we-
same as last time. It's fine. It's fine.
When the art team started to think about a location that would demonstrate the
Yeah, if I knew that, I would have started with this, maybe. My bad.
When the art team started to think about a location that would demonstrate
I'm glad that they said as much in episode 1, so I knew that I should end with episode 2 at least. So
When
yeah.
the art team started to think about a location that would demonstrate the power of HDR, a beach was one of the first choices we made. The visual relationship between the sky, the water, and the rocks is something we could not achieve without HDR. In order for high dynamic range to correctly simulate the light's interaction with the surfaces around you, like these wet rocks, we needed more precise information about the surfaces than we've had in the past. And now going forward, we're modeling textures in 3D packages to ensure that the physical information encoded in the texture allows HDR to correctly bounce light off the surface. We also designed the colors and values of each surface to ensure they will be correct across all exposure levels.
I'm also noticing it on the gun. I wonder if that's been present the whole time and I'm only just noticing it now as they're commenting on this stuff.
With conventional rendering, seen here on the left, if something on the screen is 20% reflective, like the wet sand, then the maximum reflected brightness can only be 20% of the maximum brightness of your monitor. HDR's more accurate simulation of light ensures that the sun's reflection on this wet sand appears as it would in the real world, which could potentially use 100% of the maximum monitor brightness. HDR uses bloom to simulate light that is beyond 100% of a monitor's maximum brightness.
The process of building characters in Half-Life 2 taught us many things. By the end, we believed we'd figured out a more effective process for designing and constructing characters. This fisherman is the first character we built using that process. Design-wise, the fisherman was focused on showcasing HDR and the way light falls on human skin. The highlights on his forehead and nose are good examples of specularity on human skin. You can see how the wrinkles on his cheeks and around his eyes are an example of how we can use normal maps to add depth. Production-wise, the fisherman was built using a similar process to the rocks you saw on the beach. We model the 3D character at a very high detail, then extract much of the physical information and store it in the textures.
Hey! You there? Wait a minute now, aren't you? You are. You're that scientist chap, Friedman, Fishman, am I right? You must be here to take on the Combine. Not sure what one man can do, but no other reason to visit St. Olga at a time like this. I'll take you to where they made their base, or as far as I can, at any rate.
Yeah, bloom lighting. I don't really. It's one of those things I don't really comment on because I don't think much about it. Sometimes obviously areas could be too dark to a frustrating level. I've never really had issues of things feeling like they're too bright, though. God. Back to Breath of the Wild 2 criticisms. The way its new major area is a mixture of dark and then subsequent lighting up as you progress through it does not look good.
Water presents us with a lot of rendering challenges. In fact, we have to render the scene 3 times. Once for the refraction of what's under the water, once for the reflection of everything above the water, and once from the player's view. You can see the reflection and refraction scenes in the 2 small windows on screen. In the refraction, we calculate per pixel how much water you're looking through to do a volumetric underwater fog to simulate particulate matter. For our full HDR solution, we had to go through the entire engine and modify every bit of code that calculated light and color. For example, these water reflection and refraction renderings had to be improved to support the full range of contrast values.
this is the like whenever I think about but making a game would be fun or cool or something. Also, it's paused and it's still doing the water effect, huh? I thought it pauses that. I guess not in Lost Coast. Or did it never do that? Anyways, stuff like that terrifies me. Like, easily crushes those idle thoughts. Like, what do you mean you gotta code all this fucking specific stuff for lighting and reflection and etc.? Like, 2D games all the way in that regard, maybe.
Water presents us.
Oh wait, we did that one. Okay. We have gravity gun, right? Yeah. This ought to put Fims to sleep, though, right? I'm enjoying it, though. I'm enjoying it.
There we go. Get along now, laddie.
Nothing hiding, right?
That gun and no dawdling. Get along now, laddie. Destroy that gun and no dawdling. There's a path up the cliff. Step lightly now.
It doesn't usually bother me, but I compared the 360 version of Halo 4 to later versions. The later version doesn't abuse Bloom as much. Yeah, I was wondering what, like, people made jokes about the Wind Waker Bloom, like, haha, let's just turn the Bloom up and call that an HD port. Like, that's lost on me. Maybe there's grounds for making fun of that. Maybe it's just, like, a progression of realizing we have tools and while it looks nice we have to refine it, and it was not yet in the refining stages back then. That it's when it's too noticeable because it's being used too much is when it's the problem. Yeah. Fortunately, fortunately I never think about that kind of stuff, or I never notice that kind of stuff that all that often. And it's and in Breath of the Wild 2, it's not a case of thing being too bright. It's just the way the lighting looks against the in that area. It just does not feel good. Does not look good. Oh, buddy, that was beautiful. But I cannot, for the life of me, recall. And if I do, I've deleted those memories from my internal hard drive of braining. I don't know how else to describe it. Is that a seam? No, it is a seam. It is a seam. Valve, fix this now. Of thing too bright, bad. I don't think I've ever had that. If I've had that thought, I've since forgotten where and when that happened. What do you mean there's more of you? Who? You made me waste a crossbow bolt. You get the cheese. Thank you for your service. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Yeah, I can get his ass. Oh, is he smart? I think he's smart. Well, they're learning. Oh, he's down here. Oh, no, that's a different one.
The area you're currently entering is called the Cliffside Arena. We were particularly happy with the vertical cliffside in Half-Life 1, and regretted that we didn't iterate further on that concept in Half-Life 2.
That is a notable section of the game, I feel. Even though the helicopter bugs out, bugged out in my playthrough and in the playthrough I watched.
Vertical space allows us to force the player to deal with threats from above and below. We find the players focus their view on the direction they're traveling, so by using a cliffside and having the player ascend it, we ensure that the player will look up and be prepared for enemies. If the player's path was to move past the bottom of the cliffside, it would be unlikely he would notice soldiers rappelling down from above. And dying from unknown threats never feels fair and certainly isn't fun.
Did I just hear the old man talking again? Where is the old man? Yeah, he's right there. It's not even necessarily the brightness, it's the soft glowing glare overwhelming your view of objects in the environment. It makes it hard to see. I see what you mean. Yeah, the fuzziness, I guess. A kind of fuzziness almost. You know, I probably have, yeah, if I like really dug deep into my memories, I could probably think of a couple examples that didn't feel good. Oh, he went flying. Who's shooting? Is someone below me? Who the fuck's shooting at me? Ah, what the fuck? Oh, you fucking, when did you do that? Alright, hold on. Okay. Oh, okay, I just die. Fine. Beep. Alright, I think I need to change tactics. Oh, that's an autosave. How is he so good? Ow. We're okay. We're alive. Hold on, I gotta do a funny actually. 1 second, I'm sorry. Even when I solved the intricate puzzle. No, that's not there. I want to try to die in front of the dude. Hold on. That's my intention right now.
If you make it back safely, I'll be here waiting for you.
Exactly what I hoped would happen. Okay, moving on. Ow, you fucking dick. Who's shooting at me? Contact confirmed. Oh, ow, that was almost a good grenade. I'll quick save that. Cheers, I'll drink to that. Oh!
One of the features of our HDR solution is dynamic tone mapping. The easiest way to think about dynamic tone mapping is that it's a method of simulating the way the human eye reacts to light. In the real world, you've probably walked into a dark room and noticed your eye adjusting to the darkness, letting you see better after some time. Or you've walked out into a bright day and been blinded by the sun, only to have your eye adjust and allow you to see normally. Your iris is adjusting itself in response to the amount of light hitting your eye. Dynamic tone mapping simulates this by automatically adjusting the exposure of the scene to mimic the behavior of your iris. You can see this as the view moves from the dark tunnel to the bright sun and back again. Here, you can see the way we calculate the amount of light hitting the player's eyes. We take a snapshot of the scene, measure the brightness levels, and then use that to adjust exposure. We consider light at the center of the screen more important than at the edges to better simulate the geometry of the eye.
That's cool. I appreciate them showing that as well, because like that helps so much to contextualize what they're explaining.
The courtyard in front of you is a space we...
Oh shit, my bad.
The courtyard in front of you is a space we call an arena. Arenas are built to hold the player for a period of time, and usually contain combat or some other challenge. They often have multiple entry points for enemies, along with a gate of some kind to prevent the player moving on, until the challenge has been completed. In this case, the arena is free of enemies until the player solves a puzzle and triggers an alarm. This is a method that allows the player to explore the arena and get a sense of its space before being forced to fight in it. It adds a sense of uneasiness to the player, who's expecting to be attacked now that they've reached the goal set for them at the start of the map. The break in the action here is also a crucial part of the level's pacing. It allows the player to recover and explore the world a little after being attacked on the way up the cliffside.
The Source engine supports a wide variety of shaders. The refraction shader on the window here requires us to copy the scene to a texture, refract it, and then apply it to the window surface. To fully support HDR, every shader in the engine needed to be updated. So this refraction shader was improved to support the full range of contrast. If you viewed the sun through this window, it would be refracted correctly.
Okay, but how would I do that? Where is the sun even? I'm not quite sure. Is this the sun? I guess it has to be.
We wanted to transition from a bright, wide-open space into a tighter, closed one to showcase HDR's dynamic tone mapping. We also like to focus on contrasting elements in our settings, like ancient human architecture and futuristic combine technology. A monastery fit these requirements perfectly. Monasteries are generally isolated, unlit, and built ages ago. They provide a great backdrop for the contrasting combine technology. When we build fictional settings, we try to ground them by basing them off a real-world location. We use this location as a design constraint that forces a logical consistency behind the art choices.
That's all I can really say to that. Yes, I agree. I nod. I clap.
Churches are great dramatic spaces. They're often lit naturally with extremes of darkness and brightness, which makes them a great showcase for HDR. Gothic churches are the sober monochromatic spaces that you've seen in almost every horror movie or game. Byzantine churches, on the other hand, are very colorful and have a large variety of materials. We wanted that color and material variety to show off our HDR reflections.
It feels like one of the things to do whenever, if one were to ever travel to Europe, one being me, go find some good old-fashioned churches and cathedrals and stuff, and just bask in the artistry, so to speak. Good old GoldenEye. GoldenEye levels were pretty memorable. I was saying this in a previous stream, but like, I remember the bookshelves in the archives. I remember the dam. I remember the facility, even though that's probably the least visually interesting one of them all. The control room with its wide open area, though that's credit to the movie, right? That was credit to the movie, to an extent. I guess there are embellishments and alterations. The cavern section after that feels distinct to me as well. I don't know why, but it does. The silo level, the frigate, like, that's most of the levels right there, right? The fucking the satellite thing at the end, the final level, very that was just such a fitting last level for that game. And it was just coincidentally that because of the movie. Oh no, you didn't. All right, hold on. Oh, come on! All right, okay. Can I? I can. Okay, good. No. Alright, these guys get aggroed.
Our games are filled with things we call gates, which are essentially just challenges that the player must overcome to drive the experience forward. We used a puzzle here since the player has been through combat and exploration recently. When we design challenges, we try to ensure that the player's goal and the action required by the player are both fun. It's not hard to create interesting goals for the player, like stopping this machine from shelling the nearby village, but the action required by the player to solve the challenge needs to be fun as well. So instead of something menial, such as hitting an off switch, the player gets to use physics to jam the gun's mechanism and cause it to break.
Yeah, fun little idea. Oh my god. What? Don't kill me, bro. We cool? I think we're cool. We might be cool. Where is the dude? That's not the dude I got played! Where are you? Where art thou? Thou art where? I suspect there is another dude. Someone's walking. There's a dude somewhere. May the film and game immortalize it. Rip the unique satellite dish they filmed at. Oh yeah, what happened to that? I remember hearing about that. I hear a dude. Oh, here you are. Okay. Last dude. I think we're in the clear, aside from the helicopter. We did that one, we did that one, we did that one. I did like that little physics button, and I think I commented a little physics treat. Sometimes you want to go atypical with your approach to standard solutions.
This marks the end of the Lost Coast tour. This has been an experiment on our part to see if our community would find it interesting to learn more about our development process. As always, we're interested in your feedback. I can be reached at gaben, G-A-B-E-N, @valvesoftware.com. people like this,
Okay, Ben.
keep producing this kind of content for all of our games going forward. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Gaben. Very cool. So long, Gaben. Alright, so that's probably the last one then. Okay, here's the real question though. Here's the real question. Where does this take me? Alright, it takes us there. That's fine. Now can we end it this way?
You did it, lad. Come on with me to St. Olga. We'll celebrate this victory with a feast. I hope you like leeches.
They eat the leeches?
You're getting fuzzy around the edges. Well, I guess you got other places to be. Nice knowing ya.
It still ends. Nice. Alright, hold on a minute. Let me make sure. That was probably the last one, right? But let's double check. We want to be thorough. The Wayward Way. It collapsed or something else. But it is sad. It is sad. It was very visually distinct. I don't know why it was so visually distinct like that, but it was cool.
You did it, lad.
When the art team started to think about a location that would demonstrate...
Hi, this is Gabe Newell, and welcome to the Lost Coast.
When the art team started to think about a location that would demonstrate the power of HDR...
Hi, this is Gabe Newell, and welcome to the Lost Coast. In this tour, we're going to be talking about a new graphics technology we've been developing called High Dynamic...
Alright, return to the main game. There we go. No, I want to go back to episode 2. Get that loaded for next time. Alright, so that was Lost Coast then as well. I didn't change the game category. Don't be mad at me. I'm sorry. What's that flashing over there? Oh, is this the final sequence where you do to fight off the Striders? It might be. I don't know what that blinking is otherwise. But yeah, that was my first Bond movie, so it holds a special place in my heart for that reason alone. Thanks to the game. I think I played the game and then I saw the movie afterward. But yeah, commentaries continue to be cool. While episode 1 is potentially my least favorite in the series, I'll try to go over in my head the ranked order of all the Half-Life games after we conclude episode 2. We did knock that out in one go. One and done. And Lost Coast as a bonus.